topics, whether conscious or cosmic. It's never nonsense, mega levels or microscopic. It's a Killah Priest project, AD control the rocket. Before we land the plane, many things we engage and explain. The unexplained, without mask. Welcome to the Killah Priest podcast. Killah Priest podcast.
Yo. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Yeah. Y'all can hear me or what? What's going on, y'all? Welcome back to the show. Y'all already know what's going on. Y'all already know how we gonna do today. Day before New Year's Eve. Know what I'm saying? Holding it down in the craft. I'm your temporary host, your engineer. Have no fear. 80 Ross, the boss. We got Priest possibly joining us here on Zoom. Y'all better make some room. Let me double check this real quick. What's happening? What's good? What's going on? Can y'all hear me out there? Yeah, man, I love that there's no mic right here. This bulky mic that was there. I love that I got the freedom now just to talk direct like this. You know what I'm saying? I'm like traffic control over here. I like this thing, man. It's dope. That's how I do it at my club, too. What's going on? Where we at? Jack's Lane in the building. Take it from the top. 99 Cam 1. Unsubscribed. Incorporated. Godfather 3000. Jody Southworth. Alton. Solar Facts. Damian Wyatt. Red Eye Flight. Brian Douglas with the Rockets. Jay Bland. Jack's Lane. Who else we got? Ross Optimus. Yo. All right. Anthony Avatar. Sazamania. Yaya 777. SL Smith. Who'd I miss? Mo Life in the house. And Earthworm Jim. What's good with y'all, man? So the first question is, where's Priest? That's what I know y'all already saying. Yo, he's doing things, man. Priest is a busy man, as he should be. He's got a lot going on. I sent him the link. I better get it up and running too. So we're gonna make some room in the Zoom. Know what I'm saying? From the womb to the tomb. Make some room. We're about to enter the Zoom. But yeah. What's good with y'all? I just got back from visiting fam. You know, I gotta visit the fam. They kind of live far away from me, so went out there, did the whole Christmas gift thing. You know what I mean? I had to hook up my folks with some new things. Some Christmas gifts. And I just got back. I'm on this next health journey. You know, as many of you know, I quit coffee on December 1st. And now it's 30 days later since I quit caffeine, basically. And I feel good. I'm on the Jamba juice now. Back on the Jamba. The smoothies. I feel good, man. Getting the good sleep makes me wake up and realize, yo, I made the right choice. Once you have an amazing night's sleep, you know, yeah, this is the way to go. So that's what's up there. Thank you, 99 Cam. It's weird, man. It's like being a drug addict. You don't think you're a drug addict when you're drinking coffee every day. But yeah, it is drugs, man. Coffee is definitely drugs, and I was an addict for about 10, 12 years. But I kicked it. I kicked it to the curb, and now I'm gonna be saving money and calories because sometimes I would add milk and sugar to the coffee. So that's gone, man. That's gone. I'm on the fruit juices and the smoothies. Someone asked, "Where's Mojito?" He's right here, yo. Yeah, Brian Douglas says, "Where's Mojito at?" He's right here. Say what's up. Yeah. Say what's up. Okay, or just bite me. That's cool. That's cool. Ow. Anyway, um, what y'all saying? Let's see. Craig Thomas says, I'm all hopped up on chocolate and extra coffee. Oh, man. Yeah, chocolate's got caffeine in it, too. Chocolate's probably my only source of caffeine. It's a lot less. But yeah, DLX Infinite says, coffee is brown Coke. For real, man. And it's so easy to overlook, take it for granted, and be like, whatever. It's just coffee. And that's what I was doing for years. For years, I was just like, whatever. It's just coffee, Only a cup a day. But it was strong. But the big thing for me was that I was getting dehydrated. It wasn't so much the caffeine in itself as much as it was not drinking enough water and being dehydrated and the coffee taken away from your glycogen stores. If y'all know about your liver glycogen, your body stores glucose, it stores sugar. And when you drink coffee, especially black, it'll have you with all this energy, and it's gonna eat up all your sugar. Next thing you know, you've got a small form of hypoglycemia. You know what I'm saying? And I would wonder why I would be hungrier after the coffee. Anyway, that's that. What else we got going on? Brian Douglas says, peace, mojo. I think he means mojito. Anthony Avatar says, Solar Facts 80 is detoxing from that coffee. He sounds like you woke up at the last stop in the train. Yeah. It was crazy, man. I took it for granted. You know what I mean? The weed was, I go on and off on weed, and it's not a big deal. I'll cut weed, have a little bit of withdrawal, and then I'm good. But the coffee kick, oh, man, that has you recontemplating life in general. That felt like caffeine is almost like amphetamine. It's kind of mean to your body. Hold up, let me adjust this real quick because there's way too much exposure on me right now. Here you go. See, that's not brightness, that's exposure. I was looking pale as a motherfucker. There you go. I gotta get my color right. Yeah. Alright, sound effects are not active. I can adjust that later. So yeah, let me make sure my Zoom is up and running. And we'll see if and when Priest's gonna join us. Okay. Alright, we got that rocking. Alright, back to the chat. Thank you, 99 Cam. Yeah, I'm gonna stay healthy. That's the way to go. Aurora says, 80 a space cadet with a tape cassette player facing a prayer, passing the ozone layer, meditate, then I'm there. Yeah. Let's see, what else we got? Gonna stay healthy, Anthony Avatar. Yeah, man. I got a text about Holocaust. I'm gonna let Priest obviously speak on that. So I'm not gonna talk about that. I'm gonna let Priest talk about that. It's just better if he does. You know what I'm saying? So once Priest gets on, we can talk about Holocaust. It's just better that way. Icehawk says like sugar. That's another topic because I got this Jamba Juice right here. It's got a lot of good sugar. You know what I mean? I could do a whole episode talking about sugar. See, that's one thing I'm not gonna stop. Is good sucrose, but we can save that for another day. We can talk about sugar, but that's something else for me. What else? What else? Okay, Bragadino in the house. Bragadino, I still got you on that track. Give me another second on that. He says garlic is my favorite. I eat that so much it comes out my pores and I smell like it. Be having, yeah, man. It garlic has a lot of benefits. It also boosts testosterone, and it keeps you, it's an antioxidant. It's good if you're sick. Keeps you detoxed. A lot of benefits to the garlic. If you combine that with vitamin C, bro, that's like a natural Viagra. I bet y'all didn't know that. Don't get that Viagra stuff. It's kind of not that good for you. But if you want to make your own Viagra, get vitamin C and combine that with garlic. Because it basically boosts your nitric oxide. You see all those, Cialis and whatever. What's that, Viagra? I never take that stuff. But what that basically does is boost your nitric oxide levels, which, if you have good blood flow, makes everything, boom. But you can do the same thing with garlic and vitamin C. So give that a shot. Also, there's another thing called celery seed. But we could save that for another day. But I just mentioned that because you said garlic. Yeah. Go get some sun. I know, right? It's winter out here. I don't really do those tanning beds. I tried that for a minute and it felt good, but it's like it's not easy to keep up. I'm out here in LA, so they got tanning bed places all over the place, and it does have its benefits. But I've been busy lately. I got promoted in the job I'm in, so I'm working 5 days a week. So I've been busy. Which is one of the reasons why I was having extra coffee, and then that resulted to the crash, and then now I'm back. But yeah, here we are. Christopher Odell says, check out Dr. Rachel Ross. Okay. Jay Bland says, and take your date to Italian restaurants so they don't notice some kicking garlic breath. Yeah, there's some great Italian places around here. And don't skimp out on the olive oil. Olive oil is really good for you, man. You get the nice sourdough bread or the French bread and dip that into a black vinegar with olive oil. That's actually really good for you. We could talk about olive oil too. With the polyphenols. What you know about that? Lion's mane. I don't know about the lion's mane, yo. That made me way too chill. The lion's mane is so chill. I think it boosts your serotonin levels. But I did have a coffee one time that had lion's mane in it, and nah, man, was not feeling the lion's mane. That's a mushroom, right? Some mushrooms are good, some mushrooms are not. And for me personally, I do not think lion's mane is good for me. Shilajit was another situation. Shilajit, I tried that too. That really increased. See, I could have quit coffee and just done Shilajit because that boosted my nerves, boosted everything up too in a way. Shilajit is very powerful. And I was taking 1 drop of it a day. 1 drop. And I had trouble going to sleep because I had energy that I couldn't explain. It was like an electric energy. Maybe it's the minerals, for sure. But Shilajit had me on an energy that I had never felt before. I felt literally electric. It wasn't like caffeine hyper energy. It was like the only thing I can think of to describe it was electricity. I was able to feel electric to a point where I couldn't go to sleep. I felt like that character on Street Fighter. The electric one. How come I can't think of his name right now? The electric Street Fighter. I felt like I could throw fireballs. Like Ryu. Anthony Avatar says, Yo, AD, eat foods with high melanin content. Okay, black bean soup has wonderful healing properties with lots of garlic and ginger. You'll be right as rain, as the Oracle said in the Matrix. Neo. Yeah, I mean, I really also check out the alkaline foods. I was looking at that. Obviously, the Dr. Sebi and everything. It was interesting to see all the fruits and vegetables that Dr. Sebi was for, and also the ones that he was against. He wasn't a fan of broccoli, but he would say other things were good. And somebody was posting about that online. I think Wisdom Revival or something like that, talking about all the alkaline foods. There's all these books, but I'm going through it. There's a lot of controversy about the alkaline diet, but I think it's beneficial. I just know I definitely feel better with more fruit juices. Blanca, that's right. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Music Therapy says milk thistle is amazing. Yeah, I heard about milk thistle. I forgot what the main benefits were, but someone said something about milk thistle. I think it was something about cleansing. Katakana says mixing ashwagandha with lion's mane. I heard so much about ashwagandha, but I haven't. No, I remember I did try ashwagandha. It was some kind of like pill form. Sometimes I'm skeptical on pills, man, because you really never know the dosages. I like tinctures. Anything that comes in a bottle that you can use by a drop. I was taking CMOS as a tincture at first. And I like how you can measure it. 3 drops, 4 drops. I take vitamin D3 in a tincture. I also have a magnesium supplement, which is more of a spray, like a topical spray. But yeah, man, we got to get everyone has their own thing. It's amazing. We feel like chemists. It's like having a chemistry set for your supplements, for your vitamins, for your mineral. You know what I mean? And it all started when we're all kids and we're all taking Flintstones vitamins. Uh-oh. And now that we're older, it's like, all right, D3 with K2. All right, vitamin C. All right, magnesium. As we get older, we got to see what works for us the best. I tried a bunch of things. I kind of messed myself up one time messing with the B vitamins. I heard benefits about B3. I heard you have to get vitamin B in a complex form, like vitamin B complex, because you're supposed to get them all at once. When you start getting separated minerals, they're supposed to work with each other. When you get them by themselves, it can work against you. I tried taking copper by itself, and that's not good because that's supposed to work with zinc. So, experimenting can sometimes work against you. But anyway, we can talk about that all day. We got Knowledge Born Allah in the house. I think he's getting his audio set up. How you doing, sir?
Architect D, what's going on to you, my brother? Can
Man,
you hear me okay?
Yes, sir. I can hear you loud and clear.
All right. Peace to the Podcraft, peace to the craft room, the Rocketeers, the cafe, the greatest minds in the multiverse, in YouTube. Okay?
Yeah.
Podcraft, the Godcraft. Happy to be here with you.
Mm-hmm.
On today. Today is an important day. This is the last Podcraft of the year, right?
Last Podcraft of the year, day before New Year's Eve, and a new moon in Capricorn.
I mean, that's like the trifecta, right?
Basically. Yeah.
That's the trifecta. So for you this year, you looking back from a Podcraft perspective,
Mm-hmm.
I know that there was some adjustments made, there was some upgrades made, there was a lot of things coming from December 2023 to December 2024. How would you gauge the progression of the Podcraft from your perspective?
Man, it's been such a journey just within the year to see the growth, because a lot of guests have come on, a lot of experiences have been had and everything, and a lot of knowledge has been exchanged. And just when you feel like you know a lot, you realize how little you do know. You know what I mean? So and in details, in small little tidbits, I gotta say crumbs, small little crumbs of knowledge really add up. And next thing you know, you have a whole loaf and a lot of self-realization. That's the words I would use for me myself. It would be self-realization, just based on the experiences and learning how this world works. You know what I mean? I remember I was cocky before because I saw The Matrix, I saw Zeitgeist movie, I studied all of Santos, and it was like, oh, I got it all figured out. I know this world, I got this. And then a year later, it's like, ooh, wait, there's a lot more. There's other things. There's stuff outside this realm. You know what I mean? Certain dreams I would have where I'd wake up the next day and be like, yo, life is precious. So that's how it was for me, in my perspective. But I also see everyone else going through things. You know, friends and family. See what they're going through, and seeing all the bullets being dodged, so to speak, from other friends and family, and it's like, wow. And then you compare that to world events, and it's like, man, we are living in some times right now.
Agreed.
Yep.
The simulation is simulating. You mentioned Santos, and we got his retirement show here on the Podcraft.
Supposedly his retirement, yeah, I believe it's a temporary thing because it happened during Mercury retrograde. And I know you can never really set anything in stone during a retrograde because we're going through clouded thoughts that are temporary. And as much as of a master he is, I remember because I talked to him every other week or so. I'd remind him, hey, well, this is a retrograde. You're an Aries. You know what I mean? So you're quick to make decisions. And most of the stuff I learned was from him, so I would give him back his own words and everything. But you never know. In other words, I kind of think he'll still be out. He's doing his Patreon. A lot of people doing their Patreon right now. I think it's not the last we'll see of him, even on YouTube.
Yeah, it is Capricorn season. Honor to all of the Capricorns. So it is a time to kind of store up. We went from the bountiful harvest season of fall to hibernation season. So a lot of people are recluse. A lot of people are, building up their storehouses, so to speak. So if this is something cyclic for him, you did mention it during the retrograde, it's a time of reflection. It's a time of renewal, but it's also a time of recognizing repeating cycles and not seek to repeat them. What's the lessons you're supposed to learn? So if they're appearing to go in reverse, what are you looking to reverse? What maladies are you looking to reverse? But also, what old habits? And you just said the dark moon. It's dark moon, right?
Yes.
Dark moon, new moon. So
yeah,
that's another one of those aspects to release. So what are those things that you were holding on to that were useful to you, but you realize, okay, now they're not so useful. I'm not taking them with me forward. So I can release them. I can thank them for their service and for their time because it shouldn't be anything malicious once you recognize things. I think that was kind of a downfall for a lot of people. Like once you wake up to some new information, you begin to trash everything else you knew. Like, now that was there. That was an accompanying guest for you along that journey. So when you elevate, you take the lessons that you learned from those experiences with you. And one of the key things that I love about the podcast is the continued progression, and the sacred space that's provided from people from all different schools of thought. You see what I'm saying? We were on here with the brother with the Owaspy Bible. You understand what I'm saying? Like there were so many different minds that graced the craft, over this past year and just the craft in general. You know what I'm saying? Like the craft in general, the podcraft in general has been a very sacred space to people from all different walks of life and all different, knowledge bases, experiences, spiritual, political, whatever they may be. They always found a haven here. So I think that is one of the greatest jewels that the craft provides, that sort of access. and that's the guest. Now, if we looked at the music, we looked at production, if we looked at all of these other things in addition to, I'm sure we'll find, some great things that were going on.
Yeah.
You talked about the world of politics. You talked about, the world of entertainment. Like this year started off with what? Cat Williams letting the cat out of the bag, right?
Wow.
They say you don't want to let the cat out of the bag, right? Shout out to MoreMito. He let the cat out of the bag, and then subsequently we saw a lot of things coming to a head, whether they're simulation or they're real. What are they, REAL real or REEL real? Real is something that's utilized to hook you, right? So a book has to have a hook, a song has to have a hook, and the bait has to have the hook has to have bait on it for the fish to be lured in. So where are you for that? What are you hungry for? What are you looking to pull in regards to lessons learned from this year to carry forward next year? Because everything doesn't apply from one year to the next. Some things you will learn you're front loaded with to be able to walk into them in the next couple of years. So something you learned this year will be applicable at some point in the rest of your life.
Yeah.
And that's the beautiful thing when you find out when and why. Like, oh, that's what that was for.
Yeah.
So,
Timing is everything.
right. Raskaz used that. Raskaz has the song I listen to every year, ever since I heard it. And my brother, one of the illest producers to ever produce, Gensu Ding out of Texas, he did the remix. DJ Green Lantern did the original, and Gensu Ding did the remix. It's called F Last Year. You know what I'm saying? So out with the old and with the new. It's not what you did, it's about what you do. You know what I'm saying? Like that's a mantra. It's like, all right, so he's not demeaning the year before it, but he's like, look, last year was last year. So how are we using that as a momentum or a catalyst? And in that, the reason why I said that, because you said timing is everything. He said, timing is everything, my G. You know how he talks. Timing is everything, my G. It's like, that's the difference between great men and pedophiles. Word. Like, his psychopathic mind with his thoughts, the way he puts things together. This is what he says before he even starts rapping. So it's like, so him, RJ Payne's on that remix also. It's an epic song, so every year about this time, this is it. So I heard the heavy mental reference, not from the song Heavy Mental, but from the album High Explosives before I got on. I'm a space cadet. What is tape deck and cassette player? Fastest in prayer. Strike through the ozone layer. I meditate, then I'm here. High explosive. Lyrics are high explosive. So what can be made from your mind? What can be created from your mind? Is it going to be something constructive or something destructive? And something that you might construct from your mind with the intention of it being constructive might be considered destructive to someone or something. So the polarities operate from that perspective of the perception, right? Perception exists. And then also from that vantage point of actualization, because you might have perceived something to be one thing and it's not. Understanding is to see things clearly for what they are and not for what they appear to be. So in the lessons to say earthquakes is caused by the son of man experimenting with high explosive. So Priest made a reference in a reference. His lyrics are high explosive. So it's a dynamite to those who have ill intentions, but it's another kind of bomb to those who are seeking things that are righteous. So it's poison for those who need the poison, right?
Yeah.
And it's a healing for those who need the healing. They said the difference between poison and the cure is the dosage, right, AD?
Dosage makes the poison.
Dosage makes the poison and dosage makes the healing from the same plant, right? You get too much of this plant, you out of there. You get enough and you here forever. So all of that comes from that same place. So the high explosive on one side, this is why they say like, oh, that's a double entendre or triple entendre. It has a dualistic illusion or triple. You know, you can look at it three different ways, but if we looked at it further, we might find a myriad of ways to look at the same thing. It's still coming from the same thing.
Yeah.
That's perception, right? There was this movie called Vantage Point. I don't know if you remember it, but it was 9 people witnessed the same event, and they had 9 different stories. So depending on their vantage point, where they were when they saw the event, this is what they're telling. They're telling it from that vantage point. And everybody had a piece of the story, but their story, their version of the story was so impactful to them. This was the truth. They forgot it's the version. So life exists in 3D in that manner. We're all looking at the same thing. We're all experiencing this thing called life, but we have a myriad of perspectives there based on how we're predisposed, how we're aligned, family, all of those variables that are in there. But the constant thing is that we're experiencing life. The variables serve in the language of life like the vowels do. The
Yeah.
vowels change the enunciation from what was constant to the variables now.
Mm-hmm. It's
the
like
vocalization.
it's like art.
Right.
It's all subjective. That's kind of what that book, The Four Agreements, talks about. It's like based on Toltec wisdom, but it's basically, in a nutshell, it just talks about how everyone has such their own perspective that's the reason why you can't take anything personal, like ever, like anything good or bad, you can't take personal because people are just expressing their perspective, which at the end of the day doesn't matter. Which at the end of the day is the reason why we don't really need to worry about any opinions. You know?
Everybody got one, right?
Yeah.
Just say like buttholes.
Yeah.
Tiger Woods' birthday is today. Layla
Oh wow.
Ali's birthday is today. Cheryl Lee Ralph's birthday is today. Tyrese's birthday today.
Oh wow, Tyrese.
And
That's right. He is a Capricorn.
it's one of those days, right?
Mm-hmm.
So Layla Ali and Muhammad Ali, their birthdays are like a couple of weeks apart in the same Capricorn season. So Layla Ali and her father are both Capricorn. Yeah, so it's definitely Capricorn season. LeBron, they call him the GOAT, right? LL Cool J, they call him the GOAT. He's a Capricorn. Like,
Oh
so
wow.
even the things that you take as like a moniker just becomes something, right? Whether it's animism, whether it's a colloquialism, whether it's a name that's bestowed upon you. That's what when the Bible says, hallowed be thy name, right? Or a good name is better than gold. So your name can be placed upon you with who you are, who you have become, what your nature is, what your nature isn't, all of those things, right? But also those things are given names. Like you have a given name, then you have a family name. So who you're known by many all of those names, right? But who are you? Are you those names? Is that the sum total of you, or are those descriptives, are those adjectives that describe the noun? So that's very interesting in regards to that. So one of those things was in the 4 agreements was what don't take anything personal, right?
Mm-hmm.
Priest said, I judge wisely, as if nothing ever surprised me, right? And you know the backstory of why he starts off like that, right? Now, like people might know, like why. So there was an exchange, and instead of taking the exchange personal, I'll let my pen speak. I judge wisely, as if nothing ever surprised me. Lounging between 2 pillars of ivory. I'm so connected and disconnected at the same time. I'm not going to be relegated to just this right here. This is what I do. You understand what I'm saying? I judge wisely. You see what I'm saying? So as if nothing ever surprised me. So it shouldn't be an instance where you like caught off guard by what's happening. So if you the soul controller, of your universe, or these things in your circumference or your cipher, they shouldn't be shocking to you. You should be in a position to where you're working with these things in advance. You know what I'm saying? So if you looked at, they say a day to God is 1,000 years, is 1,000 years to get to the day of God. 25,000 years is 25 days. So every month, it should be a space of renewing on the path of the ultimate renewal within life. So what are you doing in this 25 to 28 day period? Is there a renewal cycle you're going through? Yeah, you're going through a lunar cycle. You see what I'm saying? You're going through a lunar cycle. You know, so we relegate that to the wisdoms, we relegate that to the women, but we all going through the same transits, the same cycles. They just affect us different. So what's in your 28-day cycle versus someone else? The unifying thing is that you're both going through the cycle. Now the variance becomes how it's affecting you. So when you say you study astrology, you look at it and you figure out what it is, you learn how to navigate your interpersonal and personal communications based off of that information, right?
Yeah.
So it helps you have an understanding of how to navigate. All right. This might be the time, this might go ahead.
That's where I be using ChatGPT. Because I know the full moons are powerful. I know the new moons are powerful. I know when they're in certain signs, they do stuff. But I can't always put two and two together. So I go to ChatGPT and I'll type in, the moon's new in Capricorn. What's that mean? And I hit it up, and then I get more of I love how it gives you like an outline. But it's like, okay, the theme is goal setting and planning.
Right.
Outline your goals for the new year. Responsibility. You know what I mean? Building foundations, which is cool because I'm planning on buying a house this year. You know, so I'm thinking about building that foundation. Letting go of limiting beliefs. You know, like the one I had where I believed that coffee was as powerful as I needed it every day. So I'm letting go of that belief. I'm going without coffee. I'm just using myself as an example. Balance work and rest. Another one, balance work and rest. I'm about to drop a shift at my spot because I think 5 days a week is too much for me. I'm gonna go 4 days a week because I need that day of rest. So I'm trying to balance work and rest because Capricorn is hard working.
Yes.
And then I love how it says how you might feel. And so y'all can look this up when you just go to ChatGPT and just ask it, what's it mean with the new moon in Capricorn? And that's why I talk to ChatGPT every day asking all kinds of dumb questions. But man, is it thorough.
It's learning you. It's learning you.
It is,
and it's learning a intellectual baseline. So the ChatGPT model is mathematical equations, right? So we're like, oh, the matrix, right? Because you mentioned the matrix. You know, when you mention the matrix, I'm gonna go there one way or the other.
Got to.
The mathematical equations of the operator and the connectivity through the fiber optics, right? The internet, virtual eyes, right? Was how he was able to pass that information to Trinity for her to be able to fly that helicopter. He's like, "Can you fly that thing?" No, now I can. She did that little rim blink real quick, right? And then she could fly it. She didn't say, "Oh, I can't do this." She was inept with her capability within herself to be able to do something, right? And then she got that confirmation. So it's just literally the connection between the synapses. You see what I'm saying? So when Neo grabbed that rope, she's like, what is he doing? It's like he's starting to believe. So because he started to believe, the reality changed for him. And the old aspects of him had to die. And he had to be reborn as who he was. Truly. Not the shell that he was walking around in. That space of self-doubt and despair and all of those things. So he had to come out of his cocoon, right? And be able to fly. So nature teaches you those things as well. The snake shed their skin, right? You know, Che Black was with us. He was on the show. He has a song, and then he says, "Snakes shed skin, but not their nature." So the skin changes, right? But the old skin for the new skin, and the new skin looks like it's brand new, but it was under that old skin. So the old skin was necessary to be a covering for the new skin. So that ability to love the skin within. But Jizza got an album called Beneath the Surface. What's beneath the surface? Right there. So from your outer space to your inner space. So that connectivity in regards to the ChatGPT model, they still have to have programmers. They still have to have developers. So everybody's learning. They're doing machine learning, but the machine is learning off of the people. The sentient being is learning off the living being. You know what I'm saying? So there's a interdependence of relationship. One comes from a space of convenience, and the other one is doing heavy lifting behind the scenes, like those sentinels were digging down in the earth to get to Zion. Right? They were digging, like it took years, months, and days, and it was a tireless effort to be able to arrive at that heaven place that was in the mental, in Zion. So once they got there, they were seeking to destroy them. Right? You know, Sophia Stewart gave us the science of how those connect together, the matrix and terminator, right? So going after the womb, going after what's precious, the things that come from the mind and the people that come from the mind. So she said program attacking programs in Matrix 2.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? So these are things to where now your mind has to be able to make a distinguishing space between what you know and what you don't, because the simulations out here, they appear real. You're like, oh man, I thought that was real. Oh, that was a skit. Oh, that was a prank. Oh, that didn't happen. Like, there's a myriad of those things happening right now because they accompany machine learning, this artificial intelligence that's happening. This artificial intelligence looking to live, like the spaces of transhumanism becomes a discussion now. So now the consciousness that exists in the mind and exists in the universe always exists, always will exist. So now it becomes a space to seek to replicate what's already in existence. So through this adaptation of what is in the mind created this machine, and now the machine is seeking to create itself the same way the mind seeks to create, in that way. So it's just one to another. It's one to another. And then it's what you do with it. What are you going to do with it? Like, you utilize this machine learning model for spaces of convenience and then to understand deeper aspects of yourself at the same time, right? So there are fruitful things that come from that. So the fruit, like the cure, the toxin and the cure come from the same plant. So we build or destroy with it. What are you going to do with it? Are you going to build with it, or are you going to destroy with it? And that's your choice, right? Red pill, blue pill, whatever. However you want to slice it, right? It's your choice in regards to what you do with it. So these models are there seeking to model after things that are alive, because everything that's alive in existence or lives in existence, it eats. So we're feeding machine learning and it's growing strong. So now it can begin to do predictive analytics.
Yeah.
So it can begin to predict how you receive your information in the way that's most palatable for you. So now it begins to replicate those things. I remember I was there and he was like, oh, write a rap like Killah Priest. And I'm like,
Yeah.
huh? And I'm looking and it's like, oh yeah. And then you did the other thing, with the voiceovers and all of that. These are all things that are there. So if we look at that model and then we go back and look at the movie Gemini Man, right?
Mm-hmm.
The point was to create a replication of source code. So something in the source code was Will Smith, something that was in Will Smith naturally that doesn't age. So
Yeah.
something that he had in him that was innate that you could train 50 million live people and they won't get it, but you can program that in a machine and the machine will continue to replicate that. But what the machine can't replicate is the natural instincts that made the man great.
Yeah.
It could do it to one point, but that's the point. So they were seeking to show the variances of the duality of the Gemini man because Gemini is to copy. Shout out to Kai Zodiac, right? Gemini means to copy, so they make copies. Now they have a machine learning system called Gemini.
Mm-hmm.
No coincidence, right? So what was the name of the thing in Terminator? What was it called?
T-1000.
No. The Sky what?
Skynet.
Skynet. There we go. So Skynet, right? Machine learning, same thing, right? Same functionality in regards to that. So this is where the T-1000 and it came from. So when it's like, oh, okay, the Terminator model didn't work, we have to make a more adaptable model. So Sophia Stewart explained it, right? And she was talking about that the Rod Serlings and those movie and television producers couldn't replicate what she had written because there was no technology in the visual world to replicate it. So they had to wait the time for the technology to be available to be able to seek in part to replicate what she had written, decades ago. So we have Android phones. She was talking about humanoids. And she's talking about alien technology. What's the discussion now? Humanoids. We got androids and aliens and alien technology, right?
Yeah.
So she's in the 60s talking about this like it's another day at the office. So look at the vastness that existed in her mind already as a precursor to a reality that the physical world, that third dimension, didn't even have the capability to be able to replicate. So the Matrix and Terminator come from the mind of a woman with all of this foresight and clairvoyance to be able to see something as a visionary that changed the way we see movies forever. Right, so the 3D, the bullet time, and all of those things, right? All of those things attempting to replicate something that was written in a manuscript from the mind of a woman, decades ahead of her time. And those are just droplets of what she had. So if that kind of mind exists, you could see where the iRobots and all of these other things could actually come from. So it's a race to, like, it's almost like the space race, right?
Mm-hmm.
Even though that might be a farce. Everybody was trying to get to the moon, and everybody was trying to get their satellites out into orbit. That was a thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
They had a thing going on because of these things that were already written. These things were written for a time for it to reveal. So, back to that original idea, something that you learned today, something might be beneficial to somebody 100 years from now. But if you don't put it out, 100 years from now, they won't be able to find it. So you have to put it out. And it may not get the traction that you're looking for now, but the people who it's intended for, they're going to find it when it's time. So that was one of the beautiful things I learned this year in regards to astrology. That imprint that's out there, that imprint that is you, that mark that you make will be around forever.
Yeah.
So every sort of cycle that comes up, whether it's a Saturn return, whether whatever the transits that's happening in the solar system, that's happening in the universe, these things are markers, right? So these things are markers, and you can grab a hold of them. So if you could look at a Christ, you could look at a Christ figure, you could see a Christ consciousness, and then you could chart a Christ consciousness through a 25,000 year period. And you can say, oh, okay, at this particular time, this was a Christ figure. At this particular time, this was a Christ figure. So the persona became something that people adapted into. So whether you say a Christ figure or a Buddha or whatever it is, right? Whatever it is in the space of divine, that's the divine thing about it, that it came and left a mark so powerful that people could find it. Somebody could find it 35,000 years later and be like, yo, the Buddha. That's 35,000 years ago, AD. And then somebody found it today, and guess what it is for them? Brand new. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Somebody could find the Christ personage today, right now, in this moment, and it's brand new for them. So that's the benefit of putting out these things for your intended audience, whoever they are, whenever they are. So that that's like something to kind of relate the experiences about machine learning, because people are doing this Chicken Little thing. The sky is falling, and oh my goodness, and all of this malicious intent type of situation. Like, what happened to you? Like, who are you? You understand what I'm saying? Like, who are you? And what are you looking to do here? Civilizations. This is History 101. Civilizations come into existence. They rise, they reach their apex, and they decline. And while they're declining, the surrounding civilizations topple it and attack it. They don't attack it when it's the strongest. It catches it when it's on its decline, and they take power. And once they take power, their job is to erase the remnants of the previous civilization. So the people who want to survive the shift, they conform to the next power. And those who don't, they become eliminated. So they wipe out the remnants. So there are civilizations that existed where we only find remnants. That means that there might have been a powerful civilization or a tyrannical. All of these things become subjective. So now, this civilization is like one of the youngest. We talk about American society. It ain't even been around for 300 years. So you see it, it comes into existence, it becomes a world superpower. Now there's discussion of a decline. There's discussion of a decline, right?
Yeah.
So on this decline, this is when people attack. So now this place that was a superior authority in regards to worldism is now on the decline. So now you see the attitudes that's associated with the decline. So what America once was, just a few days ago, is no longer in that position in regards to the world. And when the world looks at you like that, they're looking to come take over. So it is what it is. That's just History 101. That's one of those things of civilization. Civilizations happen, and it happens all the time. So regardless to land and language, this is something that happens everywhere. So there were people that spoke this language, right? If you look at the natives to this landmass, they spoke these languages for the folks that's indigenous to this landmass. Now you can't find but remnants of it. In 200 years' time, you can't find it. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So there's civilizations that were here that were wiped out in 50 years' time. You look at Arawaks, you look at Taino, you see what I'm saying? You can go back in the history books and look and see within this short span of time, with these interactions with these people, they're almost non-existent. So now, what about their culture? What about their language? What about the things that they added to civilization? What about their contributions to the record books? If nobody is going back and properly reporting on those people that they might have descended from, look, it dies. It dies off. So it'd be almost like it never existed. What is it replaced with? This right here. So this becomes dominant. This is the reason why these faces are on the money, because this is the currency that's exchanged. So now look at digital currency. And digital currency saw that paper and said, okay, that's a limitation. This is limitless. So as we look at these learning models, these machine learning, these large language models, or however you're terming it, it's adapting because of the shift. That's another thing that comes with the decline, right? So they had the ant and the grasshopper narrative when I was young. The ant was preparing for the cold season, and the grasshopper was playing in the sun. So the grasshopper was like, come on, man. They're like, it's nice weather. What are you doing? So the ant was preparing to store up naturally, right? That was the thing. So preparing, building the shelter, getting provisions for the family to survive the changing of the seasons. And the grasshopper was out, frolicking out there in the sun, you know what I'm saying, living for the day. Like, I understand what you're talking about. So when the harshness of the climate came, because these things are cyclic. And if you have the grasshopper's mentality, then it's for the moment. That moment might be a good moment, but what about after that? So you could know that there's shifts that are happening or taking place, but are you dutiful enough to be prepared for that? So you can learn from the grasshopper and you can learn from the ant. So the ant was like, nah, I got to make sure this stuff happens and all of that. But did the ant enjoy anything in that process? So seeking balance in between, because you mentioned balance earlier, seeking balance in between becomes the way to see that grand connector between the ant and the grasshopper. So, these shifts are here that are taking place to be able to survive the shifts that are coming.
Mm-hmm. That's what's up. We got some super chats I want to give a shout out to real quick. We've got R. Carroll says, encouragement to not use fireworks. Happy New Year. Shout out to R. Carroll. We got another one here. I just want to acknowledge them. So that they're not like, you didn't read my super chat. Jay Blend says, also the quality of the data, garbage in, garbage out. Shout out to Jay Blend. Yeah. You got to find information
I
like...
can't see the chat, so I'm like...
Oh, yeah.
I didn't know what you...
You got to find information like it's good food, like it's music.
Right.
The good stuff you have to look for.
So you look at your mind, you look at your body, and you can see your reality, right?
Yeah.
Garbage in, garbage out. So if you can learn the lesson from the data, you can learn the lesson from what you put in your body, what you put in your mind, what you consume as a consumer, right? That's what they say. What you consume, what you entertain, and what you utilize to entertain you. Those things become relevant.
Yeah.
They may not be relevant in the moment, but you sit down with a doctor and they tell you got some some ailment, then you're like, oh man.
Yeah, it's just like Instagram, man. Instagram is the best analogy I could see towards it, because you ever be scrolling and then you see some trash pop up on your timeline and you're like, oh, what is this? Who is it? And then you see what you were following. I don't know why I followed this person, and you just unfollow that person right there. And I don't want to see that ever again. That was trash. Unfollow. Scroll down. What is this? Unfollow. And then, now we're all seeing these ads. We're getting suggestions for ads and stuff like that. And like advertisements are popping up. And I'm like, I don't want to see this. You know what I mean? So you got to go to the top 3 dots and say, never send me this ever again. You can put right there anything with these keywords. You know what I mean? So we're constantly having to filter what we want to see and what we don't want to see.
Agreed.
When I was younger, as a Pisces, I'm sensitive to energy.
Mm-hmm.
When I was younger, I had a girlfriend, and in high school, and I was at her house, and her mom was there and everything, and she's like, "I'll put this movie on for y'all. It's called Casino." I'm like, "Casino? Okay, gambling. Yeah, that's what's up. Put it on." Starts watching Casino, and they start beating this guy up with a bat. I'm like, "What the heck? I don't want to see this." I stood up. I said, "I'll talk to you tomorrow. I don't want to see this trash." She's like, "Where you going?" The mom is like, "Where you going?" I'm like, I don't like Casino. This movie is trash to me. I don't want to see this guy getting beat up with a bat." You know what I mean? And it's silly. Now that I'm older, I can handle a movie like that. But back then, I didn't like it. So I walked out of her house. And I was like, "I'll see you tomorrow. I ain't trying to see this." And I just straight up left, man. I didn't care. I was like, "Yo, I don't want to see Casino." I was not in the mood to see that dude getting beat up with that bat. Do you know what I mean? But my example is that you gotta filter out what you want to see, what you don't want to see, what you expose your mind to. You know what I mean? Not every show on Netflix is meant for our brains. You know what I mean? A lot of that is being produced by some demonic minds and twisted heads. Do you know what I mean? I'm not a fan of the Saw movies. That's not my thing. It's not my frequency. I get
That's
it.
my thing.
Is your that's for you? You like it? Cool. For me, I'm good. I just gotta pass. It's not something that I want to expose my mind to. You know what I mean? Anybody can call me whatever they want, but it's like, you know what I mean. My mind, I like Fast and Furious, Marvel movies, Batman, all that. I live in that world. You know what I'm saying? Most of the Rock movies. You know what I mean? The natural hero's journey, The Matrix, Terminator 2, futurism. That's where my head is at. But we all have our own thing. But that goes back to your point about subjectivity. It's like to each his own. To each his own.
Agreed. Right. Now let's just look, listen, observe, with most of our respect. I mean, the perspectives, and this is one of the chief reasons why I love the podcast is that ability to be able to see all of those walks of life, operate. Uh, One of the quotes from Hagakure that was utilized in Ghost Dog movie was one will be in accordance with, excuse me. So it basically says that you're at the center of the universe and these things are revolving around you. So, and he was talking about a way. So he's talking about a way, the way of the samurai. So you're in that center, in that space. You could see all ways and be more in accordance with your own. So it didn't matter what other way it was. It wasn't something that was rejected. It was something to learn from and then be more in accordance with your own way. If this is your foundation, if this is the center of your universe, if this is your nucleus, right? Aikido, the founder of Aikido, wrote the book Art of Peace. Everyone is familiar with the Art of War. They're like, oh, Sun Tzu.
Yeah.
But the Art of Peace, right? The Art of Peace is about the philosophies of the martial science Aikido. So Aikido says when someone attacks, they violate the natural order of the universe. So if you look at this martial discipline, this is considered a soft martial art versus like a Wing Chun or Hapkido or any of those other ones that they're considered a hard martial art. So that's why there's no attacks in Aikido, right?
That's
so
like
only grapples, locks, holds, defense, right? Go ahead, AD.
that sounds like you're making the difference between Cobra Kai and the strike hard first versus the natural karate.
Yeah, don't let me forget that. I want to talk right about that right after this little point right there because Cobra Kai was my joint and I still love it.
Me too.
Aikido says when someone attacks, they violate the natural order of the universe. And you being the center of the universe, it's your duty to bring them back into proper alignment. So when they attack you, they throw off the balance. So you bring them back into balance. So maybe you can block, maybe you can parry, maybe you can hold, grip, whatever it is. And then sometimes the rare occasions you might have to break somebody's arm, right? To
Oh,
get
wow.
them to realize the error in their ways. But it's their momentum. They put out the force. You're not the aggressor. You're the defender. You're the defender of the universe. Like you're the defender of your peace. You're the defender of your solitude. You're the defender of yourself.
Is
So
that
you're there to be able to go and utilize those skills. Go ahead.
is that similar to Tai Chi?
Yes. Yes. So that's again one of those soft martial disciplines in that vast world of kung fu. So Tai Chi looks soft, but it's deadly. So you're dealing with the the energy of the universe, the thing that fuels the universe, right? So Chi is the life force, right? So if it has the power to cause life or bring life into existence, there's also the power to bring the other polarity, the twin of life, into existence. So it's there. It promotes health. It promotes virility, a sound mind, a space of clarity and conscience. But it's also very deadly if, again, back to that plant analogy that we've been talking about. You know, the cure is in there and the poison is in there, the dosage, right? So Tai Chi, Qigong, any of those sciences that deal with these uh, motions and mimicking the natural ways and flows of the universe and garnering the power and life force of the universe in that flow and the push pull method.
Seems to be using a lot of
So
natural physics.
right, right. So the push pull method is something that's utilized in firing a handgun at the same time.
Mm.
So if you're firing a handgun, you have to that push with the shooting hand and then the pull with the guide hand, right? So the that push pull method, like you pull up to shoot a jump shot, whatever the case may be, these fundamentals are there in regards to those sciences. So those soft skills have the ramifications. They just don't look like these other ones. But if one is in tune, uh, what did Morpheus say to Neo? When Neo said, "Are you saying I could dodge bullets?" He said, I'm saying that when you're ready, you won't have to."
Mm.
Did he have to dodge the bullets? For a time, but when he was ready, he didn't have to. The bullets didn't exist. They didn't cause a threat anymore. He just looked at them like little pieces. Like he picked up a bullet and had it in his hand, and he was marveling at it, like, "Oh, this."
Mm.
So if we looked at that versus John Wick, the same mentality is implied, right? He's not dodging bullets. He's going right at him. Like, they had those bulletproof suits, so he's picking the suit up and he's using the suit like a piece of armor.
Mm-hmm.
So now he's hardwired by the experience of the engagement.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the difference between, like you said, like a Tai Chi. Like the Tai Chi is the ability to be able to utilize the inner chi to stop the bullets, right?
Yeah.
And then the other martial disciplines, like a wushu method, right? That's that direct engagement contact. So you see him with his arm up and he's attacking that center line, right? The gung fu is something that kind of came out of the Matrix and Equilibrium and some of these other films, right? So that's there. That's a example from one martial discipline to another in the same category.
Yeah.
So the effectiveness becomes something.
And you're using martial arts as an example for a mindset because someone can have this type of skill as a conversationalist or in strategy. And you know who I think has like that Matrix type of skill is Jamie Foxx.
Right.
Because like no one could clown Jamie Foxx because he can turn the whole conversation back against you. The man is such intellectually brilliant as a comedian that Jamie Foxx is almost invincible. Do you know what I mean? I don't know if you ever seen it. I'm not going to play it, but he did that whole thing with Doug Williams when there was a roast, and Jamie Foxx turned the whole thing back on Doug Williams and embarrassed him in front of everybody, yo. And he did it so smoothly. You know what I mean? And that's like an example of like someone taking the energy, twisting it around, and turning it right back at you in that martial arts way. I feel like Jimmy Fox has that. You know what I mean? Now we can go on about that, how he also was targeted. And you know how Jimmy Fox went through a whole ordeal about his health and stuff like that because he was, I guess, supposedly poisoned and stuff like that. I think somebody saw him as a threat. Do you know what I mean? That's going into another topic, but that just also
it's the same. They all work, right? So there's the yin and the yang symbol, right? When they show it, it's not they're balanced.
Yeah,
they overarch into each other, and that's the balance, right?
Yeah.
So
that's why
my mother and some of my elders used to say the same thing: make you laugh, make you cry, right? So that ability to be able to suck all the air out of the room and utilize it, it works, and then it works for you and it works against you. But those two things are subjective, so they don't actually work for you or work against you. They work. You see what I'm saying? So in your perceptual space, you say this worked or it didn't work. So Jamie Foxx's ability from when he was young, use his mind as a weapon versus someone being able to use their body, right? You would look at it like a Mike Tyson, for instance, and say, oh, he's using his body. The amount of hours that you don't see with him studying and training and using his mind and studying all of his opponents. So if he says something like, I'm a gladiator, this is how far back he goes to understand this pugilism that he's in. He's a student of the sport. Like he's a scholar student of the sport that he dedicated his life to, something that gave him a life. But he had a natural innate ability to be able to execute those things physically. You could see them in the realm of physicality, but not his whole makeup, his mind on how he's utilizing, like picking his punches. If you ever see him work with any of those other boxers, he gets into that space. Michael Jai White, he goes into that space. Like he doesn't come out of that space. If you see him in his instruction methodology, he's there. He's constantly looking and he's in the midst of it. And he's been fighting in tournaments since he was a kid also. So the martial disciplines come and serve as markers to have you to a space of singularity, a space of focus. So that's a mental thing. That's a spiritual thing. That's a space of enlightenment. But if you have to utilize those things, you do it with no question.
And see, you know that type of intellect and brilliance that Mike Tyson has. That's why everybody who knows from that fight that he just did supposedly with, what's his name, Jake Paul, they know that Tyson, even at his old age, would have destroyed him just based on points as everything, had it not have been a fixed fight. We all know, everyone who knows Mike Tyson knows how that was a fixed fight. And that's why he was offered all this money to do an actual real fight. They know that. The less than casual fans are like, oh, he's just getting old, and, you know, it wasn't a fair fight because, you know, Jake Paul is younger. But we all know it would have been over in the first round. You know, and that's the reason why he was biting his glove. I don't mean to go back to that topic because I know that topic's been...
It works. It's in the same flow, right? Everything works in the same
But you brought
flow.
up Tyson, so I wanted to continue that on.
Now, what if he would have won? Then what?
No, that's what he should have won.
That would have been it, though. You see what I'm saying? So by you being able to recognize that in that man, that means that somebody else recognized it. So now people are like, oh, you want this $200 million? Blah, blah, blah. Whatever the case may be, because you're able to show restraint. The games have changed. They're not the games of old.
Yeah.
So brutality isn't welcomed as it once was. You look at all of the sports. You look at football, you look at basketball, you look at boxing, you look at any of these sports. Brutality was something that was celebrated.
Yeah.
But now when you think about CTE and, TBI, these things are lasting effects, and you're messing with someone's overall health, their life, and their well-being forever. So if you hit somebody on the football field and they call it headhunting or something like that, there are serious ramifications for that now that wasn't in place before.
Yeah.
So if you hit somebody and laid them out and knocked them out, you got like an extra sandwich or some bonus or some. You understand what I'm saying? Now it's shunned. So in the space where there's a shift, brutality is not in that space anymore. So now there's a space where they're like, oh, this is kinder and gentler, and the people are like, what is this? And I'm in the Coliseum and I want to see bloodshed.
Yeah.
Survivability. People are not going to continue to contest with you in that way if you don't have this ability to be able to do it. Muhammad Ali didn't knock out everybody he fought.
Mm-hmm.
The fights that he won. There was a space that people began to understand that he was a gentleman. And if you go back and look at some of them early fights when Mike Tyson was laying people out, he was like literally picking them up off of the ground.
Yeah.
He's a cancer, so he still cares about people and home and things. And one of the things I think he said that had got missed was his family loves Jake Paul. How can he beat up their guy and then go home?
So yeah, it was a fix.
Win the battle, right? You win the battle and lose the war. Like you at home, like they're like, oh, we like Jake and Uncle Jake. You beat up Uncle Jake. You understand? Like, so it's a different thing to where you put all these things on the scale and say, okay, is this worth it?
We knew.
Roy Jones attested to how hard Mike Tyson's punches were.
Mm-hmm.
He said a punch from Mike Tyson felt like death.
Yeah.
He said that's why he was holding on. This is Roy Jones talking about it, right? He's like, yo, Mike hit me. I was holding on for my life.
But you remember, you just said he's a cancer, so he was fighting with emotion.
Right.
If you
regulating. Regulating. Yeah. We've seen him with Lennox Lewis, we've seen him with Evander Holyfield, things like that. We've seen him in those spaces. So we seen him when he won and we saw him when he lost.
Mm-hmm.
They're there. We've seen him in the interviews, right? So there's a space to where emotional regulation. And, you think about him, he's like a vegan now. He's dealing with, cannabis very heavily.
Yeah.
So he's not in that same
it changes your mindset.
Right.
And he was talking about how he doesn't care about legacy. So that right there kind of exposes too how he was doing it for the bag. You know what I mean? If you don't care about legacy, that just means there's going to be less passion in the ring.
Well, his articulation has always been his own. So him saying about that's him in his mind being humble.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
In his mind, it's like, all right, there's God and I'm nothing, right?
Yeah.
There's God and I'm nothing. I'm like, all right, I'm good.
I get it.
Why would you care about me? And they're like, oh, he's talking to this little girl. Like, don't put all your eggs in one basket.
Yeah.
Like he's actually giving out some wisdom. It's just the articulation is meant in a way that was kind of rough. We got to think about what happened in this guy's career, not just his boxing career.
Yeah.
His life.
No, he went through a lot.
That happened. His daughter was killed. Why would he?
Yeah.
You understand? Like, so the things that he cared about, all of the things that he thought was important, down to the very personal being that's him, all kinds of things that happened in the space of violation. So now you're talking to me about legacy later on. Nobody cared about him in his legacy when he was going to prison and when he was getting cheated on all of these fights and all of this stuff that was happening with his career. They just wanted to see him hurt somebody. So they wanted him to be a brute. They didn't care anything about his feelings. They didn't care anything about his emotions. Every time he spoke, they laughed at him. They berated him. They made fun of him, right? But the ferociousness had to translate into the ring. So how long are you going to keep those embers burning? Is that going to be associated with your legacy? Or what about the man and the husband and the father and the other person you are? So seeing him in this lane in regards to seeing him almost in a Zen-like space, is beautiful. And that's how he's still alive.
It's beautiful, but it tames the beast within for a boxer because, it removes ego. when you watch
Right.
WWF, we know it's fake, obviously, but when you
Yeah,
watch,
that was Rocky, right?
right,
That's what Mick said to Rocky. He said the thing that happened to you is the worst thing that ever happened to a fighter. You got civilized.
mm,
So
you
yeah,
become
go ahead.
calm.
You was
But
yeah.
yeah, when you watch WWE, you're watching all these egos. You're watching Macho Randy Man Savage. You're watching Hulk Hogan, and it's just like, ooh, brother, and they're all like inflated egos, testosterone. You know what I mean? And it's a show. We get it,
That's
but
for
it's
sure.
ego
Yeah.
versus ego.
Right.
Then you look at the tactical way that Floyd Mayweather does it. Now he's got super ego, but he's going into the ring knowing what he's gonna do. It's not gonna be a knockout. When you watch a Mayweather fight, you know you're not gonna get a knockout. The less than casual fans think that there's gonna be a knockout. You just let them talk. But if you know a Mayweather fight, you know he's gonna win. You know it's not gonna be any knockouts anywhere. He'll win with points, and it happens every single time. But he knows tactically. Mayweather knew exactly what he was doing. Do you know what I mean? Was he still humble?
He's
Yeah.
a business.
Business.
He's a business.
Super
Yeah,
ego.
He's a business. Yeah, so
Right.
you got to do the whole thing about the whole. I'm involved in the promotion. I'm getting money over here. I'm invested in this. So now I'm not just approaching the situation like the talent. I'm in all of the aspects of the business.
Mm-hmm.
So now my approach is going to be different
Yeah.
versus I just want to go in there and fight.
Right.
Or I just want to go in there and wrestle. I was talking about this a little bit on the wind down. Vince McMahon created all of those personages, or most of them that we see. So the Macho Man was somebody of a brainchild of Vince McMahon. The Undertaker, brainchild of Vince McMahon. The IRS Man, the $1 Million Man. All of those personages, he made them up. He had storyboards, he had scripts, all of those things that was a departure from what his grandparents had envisioned in regards to the WWF. So when he took it over, he took it into the fanfare. He took an average wrestler and turned him into Hulk Hogan, and then changed Hulk Hogan to a bad guy. Hulk Hogan was a bad guy when he came into wrestling. Then he went to a good guy. He was like the Hulkamaniac, and then he went to a bad guy, NWO. Then he came back as Hulk Hogan. So this is the same guy.
Mm-hmm.
The leopard doesn't change his spots, but the presentation changes. So across generations, everybody has their version. Like we were talking about, everybody has their version of Superman.
Mm-hmm.
Superman doesn't change, but everybody's idea, they're identifying with their Superman, or the Spider-Man, their Spider-Man, Batman, their Batman, Joker, their Joker, right? So now it becomes a comparison in between it, but these are all brainchildren of the ability to have you have an emotional connection to the character. So whether you liked Hulk Hogan or Hollywood Hogan,
Mm-hmm.
that's your own space in regards to your perception. But he literally put those scripts together to have that. The guy Ted DiBiase couldn't be Ted DiBiase anymore, not even in his personal life. He was the $1 Million Man. He said that Vince made him walk around with this briefcase full of money, and he had a car, and then he had private security around him. So anywhere they see this guy, they seen the $1 Million Man. So when you see people get into character, they become the character. I did an interview with Bill Duke, and I asked him about the philosophy that he was talking about. He said he hated the word actor and actress. He said you don't act. He said you become.
Yeah.
So whoever this personage is, they exist.
Method acting.
Right. Whoever that was, the Undertaker, nobody cared anything about the Undertaker at the cemetery. Nobody cared about that. Now, because of the Undertaker, they're looking at the Undertakers, right? So Bruce Lee was someone who was a martial artist, but he went from a martial artist to a superstar. So the superstar blew up the martial arts world to the world. So now the world is looking at martial arts from not just from the tactical technician perspective, but for the superstardom. So a Jackie Chan has the superstardom, but the Jet Li has a super tactical space. And by the way, he learned how to become a superstar. He had
Yeah.
to learn that.
And
Add that in.
people love it even though they know it's fake. They know it's acting. Same with the wrestling. They know it's fake, but there's something in the imagination that just loves the choreography of it and seeing a battle and a versus happening with a winner or loser. If people want to see a rematch with Thanos and the Hulk, how silly is that? But they want it. They feel that what the Hulk was robbed on that one. You know what I mean? Because
Right.
Thanos had some moves. He had that
Right.
left hook into the side. You saw that. So, and we know it's silly, but we still
It's beautiful. You
we
still
want
wanna
to
see
you
it,
still
right?
want to see it because it
You
does.
have a primal part of your brain, the reptilian part of your brain, right
Yes,
there. You
the
know what I'm saying?
the cerebellum.
Yeah, yeah. So from there to the mammalian part of the brain, that
Mm,
becomes, the nurture. You got the nature versus the nurture. So at that ground level,
yeah,
that primal, the sex, the reproduction, the scarcity, the fight or flight. At that base level, you want to see it. When you're there and you're watching it, you're picking a character. Either you're picking Thanos or you're picking the Hulk.
yeah.
You see what I'm saying? So you're like, yeah, this is it, right? Yeah, yeah. So
Hmm.
they're like Superman, right? They're like Superman versus Batman.
Oh my gosh,
They
that was
said
crazy.
it. They said it so wrong that they had to give it. Oh, Jet Li versus Jackie Chan. They had to do it. Donnie Yen versus Jet Li. They had to do it. They had because people wanted to see it so long, so long, so long, so long, so long. So they gave them what they were looking for.
Yeah.
They gave them what they were looking for. So
Even though
it's a great
it's
opportunity.
even though it's scripted, it creates a dopamine satisfaction to see the fight in the first place and see a winner, whether they have a pick or not. Now, going back to a real fight, before Marquez 3 versus Manny Pacquiao, Manny was wild. He was aggressive. He was, he was gambling. He was drinking. Manny Pacquiao was an animal, which is why Floyd Mayweather was waiting for so long because he had to make sure he got tested. So Manny was a animal beast in his prime, right? Fought Marquez, won for the third time, which should have been the last time, and then he got more peaceful. And then his wife tamed him. He stopped drinking. He got started drinking tea, and he lost the beast out of him because good for him. Got spiritual, got calm, got tame, got less ego, more compassion. Fought Marquez for the fourth time and got knocked out. Do you know what I mean? And
Marquez got robbed 2 fights.
Supposedly, right. I guess there could be some talk back and forth about that for sure.
Yeah, here's some back and forth, right? So he's like, I'm not letting this go to the scorecards no more. No.
It should have been over.
You seen that guy come in? He didn't come in to lose. He's like, no.
Marcus,
no. Yeah. Like he's like, no. Yeah, he's like, and some people just have your number,
Yeah.
Marquez and Pacquiao, that's a long-standing fight situation. So it went from outclassed to got your number to I possibly got cheated, and then it's like, no, I'm not letting this go to the scorecards now. You're out of there.
It should have been over.
Right.
It's sad that it happened like that. I get it that they were trying to,
Larry Holmes fought Muhammad Ali. Muhammad Ali gave Larry Holmes a shot as a sparring partner for years. You see what I'm saying? So it's not like it's just a one-off happenstance. Like, nah, you got to train with, arguably the greatest heavyweight champion of all time.
Mm-hmm.
You got the benefit of that. And if you look at Larry Holmes' boxing style, that's Muhammad Ali. That's not Larry Holmes.
Mm-hmm.
So the benefit of the tutelage, right? So he beats Muhammad Ali, and then Mike Tyson says, I'm going to get him. Mike Tyson beats him.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So now a guy that's working with Mike Tyson beats him.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So whether it was a setup or if it wasn't a setup, it's just cyclic. It comes like that. The student becomes the master, quote unquote.
Yeah.
That's the hero's journey, right? That's where the hero comes from. The student is under the master, something happens to the master, and then the student comes to avenge or whatever the case may be. You can put that in all of the stories, and that's how it goes. So even when there's no hero, you have the anti-hero now. So somebody has to still serve in that functionality. So by default, somebody has to be the villain. And I was talking about the villain and the villagers and the hero being associated with the state, and the state decided who the hero was, and by default, the people always become the villain, the villagers, right? So they would have to quell the rebellion because the village was not accepting of the ruling powers, influence and domination over it. So, the mob got together and everybody picked up their pitchforks and all of that, and they started anarchy, right? So they called that anarchy, and then they called those people anarchists, right? The people who were writing about it and telling the people that this was wrong. So these propaganda tools, you begin to do it. What was that movie? That was the series. What was it? The Mockingjay and all of that. So you look at movies like the Mockingjay and all that. They show you, time immemorial that the people come from the resistance, right? So you look at the Matrix and the Terminator people. There's always going to be a faction of resistance. Nobody's going to lay down and just take it, right? Yeah. Somebody's going to stand up, and people are going to organize by it, and that's what it is. So whether it's one person or it's a multitude of people, somebody's going to stand up in the midst of it one way or another. And this is why the arts became something that they begin to demonize, because the artists set the tone and speak to the social order of the day. Either they speak for it or against it. Mm-hmm. So if you want to know what was happening at any period of the time, you go back and look at the art. So it'll tell you either they were for what was going on, they were against what was going on. Mm-hmm. So this feudal time where they're showing all of these, the Mona Lisas and the Sistine Chapel and all that, these are commission works to immortalize the time that was filled with everything other than what was shown. So you have to go and look at the history where you can't look at the art. Well, the mainstream art. You could look at the other art to find out, but you can't look at the mainstream art that's popularized that has nothing to do with the time, right? It's a space to be able to do the rouge about what the time is. So I looked at and listened to this music now from in 100 years, the stuff that's out now. I'd be like, what are y'all complaining about? What y'all mean if everything sounded good? You understand? Everything sounded like it was fine. So there has to be a counterbalance in regards to truth. So the lyrical resistance, the production resistance speaks against the social order. So these social order is ill to you, then you have a responsibility in some kind of way that you do well to speak out against it. And if it's great for you, it's the same polarity. So
yeah, to each his own. But like, I just see like so many things are going to be exposed eventually, even for the beast, because when Pacquiao was a beast, God got the best of him because he found God and became more tame. And the same could be said for the Hulk as an example. The Hulk got tame, tried to be all tough, and he just was like rawr. He can't really, be that same beast anymore because he's found balance. And for the sport, it looks bad, because people want to see a show. People want to see the illusion. People want to see someone be the beast, Hulk smash. But whether it's Tyson, who seems to have, been balanced, or, the Hulk who became balanced, or Pacquiao who became balanced, it's like they reach a certain level to where, like, look, they're just done. They found their own balance, and it may not be good for the sport because the sport demands imbalance. The sport demands to see a beast who's out of control. You know what I mean? But what becomes, when the yang becomes more yin and it becomes balanced, it's like people want to see that extreme happening. The balance is not popular. People want to see a vegan and then they want to see a carnivore. Two extremes. Well, what happened to the balanced diet? Oh, that's not that popular. But the carnivore or the vegan, that's more extreme, and it has way more. You know what I mean? It's more polarity. It seems like the extreme polarities are gonna find more because that's where the energy is. You know, negative versus positive, red versus blue. Nobody wants to talk about purple. You know what I'm saying? You imagine if all the cop cars had purple lights. We could bring it back to that. You know what I mean? But this is the way the things are. You know, we're going into the age of Aquarius. It's all about knowledge now. You know, I think the age of Pisces that we're leaving was more entertaining, more entertainment. All the best music came out of the age of Pisces. You know, best movies came out of the age. I wanted to ask you about Gladiator 2, if you saw it.
I saw Gladiator 2. See, AD, you were supposed to remind me about Cobra Kai.
Oh yeah, and then Cobra Kai. We'll go into that too.
Yeah, I want to touch on Cobra Kai real quick. Because Gladiator 2 is pretty short, but Cobra Kai was the movie I wanted to see, the series I wanted to see, right?
Yeah.
Not the Karate Kid version to me was okay, right? Like the Sage Wisdom, the Kung Fu, David Carradine series, you know, those philosophies were a mixture, right? But Bruce Lee told the guy, boards don't hit back, right? That's what he told the guy. He's like, in Into the Dragon, he's like, boards don't hit back, right? So from Into the Dragon to The Last Dragon, there's the epic saga of years in between to where you got the fanciful sage wisdom, but you also got some brutality, right? So the brutality is there, right? So I want to talk about the Hawk aspect too, also, but I don't want to forget about it. But the thing about Cobra Kai was something that you take into this generation now, and they're like, "Oh, this is crazy," and blah blah blah. You know, this like if we look at some of the movies we grew up watching, it would have never flew, right? The stuff that they were doing, but not one single person, with the exception of like one or two people, didn't return back in this Cobra Kai series. But the Cobra Kai series from its foundation was Johnny's version of the story, and I loved every moment of it, right?
Yeah.
I loved every moment of it. I loved the fact that Miguel came in there and trained, and you got a chance to see that Johnny wasn't a bad guy, right? He was in an environment where he was basically tormented, and karate helped him, saved his life, right? So beating John Creasy versus John Kreese, meeting him, right? That was a savior for him. And that was the father figure that he was looking for. And he became a top pupil based off of that relationship, not just necessarily what he was learning, who he was learning it from, and that affinity towards one another. And you got to see John Kreese's story and the story of Terry Silver, right? So you got to see all of these stories that are surrounding that you never got a chance to hear about. There are backdrops in the story. So the story develops. When he tells Miguel the story about Allie, you like, yo, this is a whole nother story right here. So you're over there looking at Ralph Macchio, right? You're like, oh man, this guy's getting beat up and blah, 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 and all of that. You don't see how this thing is actually being seen on the other side. So insert Ralph Macchio, and now Ralph Macchio becomes the bully. Ralph Macchio becomes, he becomes Johnny Lawrence in reverse. So now he's over there trying to close his school and, using his influence and his power to make it difficult for him and all of that. And all that for them to come to a head to fight. And now they're kind of working together. But the polarity of that instance, that strike fast, strike first, strike hard, is a defense mechanism. The best defense is a good offense, right? You're not going to wait to get hit, right? one of the epic scenes in that series was he's like, wait a minute, how many people in here never been punched in the face? And then he tells the girl who they kicked her off the show. He said, unflinch this room. So nobody could leave the dojo without getting punched in the face. So now you got punched in the face. It's over now. That fear of it, that flinching, all of that. It's like, all right, it happened. It happened. Now, what are you going to do? You're going to move out the way. You're going to block it, or you're going to strike fast, strike first, strike hard, right? So that's a philosophy in regards to life, to goal attainment. How are you going to take that? So, there are things that extend beyond, but, some folks, they want to see, the same thing you were talking about. They want to see that bit of brutality. So, that other part was something that was very epic in regards to the Cobra Kai series, because those little kids were scrapping the entire time. So all of that, and even down to the guys that were in the dojo with him. He was like, oh, Sensei taught us stuff, and it was bad. And it was really bad, Johnny. You got to admit, they were in that bar scene, AD. Nobody was trying to be a peacemaker. Everybody in that little bar scene that was there, that was at that school, strike fast, strike first, strike hard, no mercy. That's what it was. So that's what it is, because life hits you like that. Strike fast, strike first, strike hard, no mercy. So are you prepared to do what's necessary to be able to navigate that, so you can get to the Zen sort of peace state that you're talking about, this tranquil space? You can't be Zen and starving at the same time. One's going to win. You see what I'm saying? You can't even think with Zen. So the brute force that's there in the Rocky series, the brute force that's there in the Rocky series, he's in there punching on raw meat in a meat locker. He bit a guy's ear in the first one. You see what I'm saying? He's a different kind of guy. He's out there working collections for the mob. He's the mob's muscle, right? So the spin of how it goes perceptually, he goes from the mob muscle guy to this other guy who becomes the world champion, and now he has the desire or the hunger. So they got him with the tune-up fights, the fixed fights, whatever it was, to preserve that part of him, because he never knew any of that part. So now that becomes something that's a conflict. So now he has to meet somebody like a Mr. T to knock that out of him, and to bring back to the forefront somebody who was there in the first place. At the corner side, he's like, what's he doing? He's like, he's getting mad. You understand what I'm saying? Like, so Paulie's like, he sees that. He's like, yeah, like he knows that. He knows that this guy, he's getting mad. Like it's something different now. So whether he's fighting Dolph Lundgren or he's fighting Mr. T, whatever the case may be, those sparks have to come back. So he had to get on the opposite side of fear to go into that template to be able to push through it. So that's a part of the hero's journey as well. You get confronted with that fear. Now what do you do? So, when they walk into the situation, when they fight whoever the last guy is, final boss, quote unquote, they bring the best out of them. They have to remember their training or whatever it was, or why they're doing whatever it was. Whatever that why is, helps them to get back up. And this is how they become victorious. Because you get knocked down in life. You get blindsided in life. Like, things happen. Life happens, right? They say life be lifing, right? And all of that stuff. So are you prepared in the midst of those shifts to be able to do what you need to do when life hits you? Mike Tyson said everybody got a plan until you get punched in the face. So when life punches you in the face, are you going to stay down? Because if you're down, you're out. If you continue to get up, now you'll see what you need to do to evade some of those blows that life has to come with, too. So that mentality in regards to some of that brutality becomes something that's necessary. And I think Cobra Kai did an amazing job with that.
Did you watch
counterbalance
the latest? Did you watch the latest season?
No, the last one I have to see. I have to see
Oh
this
my
one.
God, you better, after this show is over, you need to watch that, man. It's so good.
Yeah, I gotta watch it. I saw it everyone except this one, so I gotta see that one. Um, but what I wanted to say about the Hawk thing, since we're going into the age of Aquarius, and they say Aquarius associated with the team, Aquarius associated with technology, all these other things. The Avengers was not using their team properly as a whole. And then, not the Hulk. The Hulk became a sideshow. The Hulk became some sort of pet for Tony Stark's. So he's like, they're like David's here. Well, he's like, well, tell him to suit up. You understand what I'm saying? Like, so it's like, what? This guy's got absolutely no kind of nothing, right? He's got that suit, right? He's got that suit, but he has that mind too. He has a mastermind, right? So he has a mastermind, but no real capability, right? So he's relying on the rest of the team to do this other stuff that he's looking at and considering grunt work, right? So there's a scene in one of the Avengers where uh, Dr. David Banner pulls up on this motorbike, and this big thing is coming through the city, and he's like, well, well, tell him to suit up. He's like, this might be a good time for you to get angry. I think Captain America says it to him. He said, that's the thing, Cap. I'm always angry. And he transformed into the Hulk like nothing, right? And he vanquishes this beast. So he's there as a protecting force. The Hulk's function is the protecting force. But Dr. David Banner is a neuroscientist and a physicist and all this. Why wasn't the team utilizing him for his expertise instead of just his brute force? So when the brute force is gone, what is he utilized for now? He's deemed useless. So he's in the state where he's incoherent and uncontrollable and unaware of really what's going on, versus the thinking, calculated, scientific mind that created that. You see what I'm saying? So so people might want to see you as the brute. People might want to see you like, oh, okay, well, the Hulk and Thanos is fighting, right? Thor and Thanos, they had a fight too, right? So when you start looking at some of these things, it's a space in when how you're utilizing your gifts and your talents. Are you utilizing them to your best ability? Are you using them optimally, or are you using them and exhausting them sparingly, but that looks optimally to you?
Bro, the Scarlet Witch could have ended Thanos so fast. Right. He had to rain fire just to get out of that. She had him. Like, Scarlet Witch is like the strongest, next to Captain Marvel, the strongest Avenger of them all. She's too powerful. The Scarlet Witch can, like, zap everyone's minds and just, she has so much power. She could have killed Thanos by herself. By herself. It would have been over. She has too much power, and I love that. You know what I mean? I just hope they don't tame her too much after that last.
Yeah, those things are written, so they had to, see it play out.
And it's written very well, because I'll tell you what, there's nothing more vicious than what do they say? There's nothing more vicious than a woman that's scorned. Have you heard that?
Yes.
There's
a biblical reference. You'd rather be on the roof of a house than in the house with a woman that's scorned. Right?
There's evil men, right? There's evil out there. There's villains like crazy. But a witch, an evil woman, is some scary ish, bro. Yo, that brings me to this real quick. You need to watch this latest Cobra Kai, because there's a gorgeous girl on there now. Dude, she goes by Zara. Raina Vallandigham. Bro, she's like a female Bruce Lee. This girl is ridiculous. Like, in real life, she's like an actual, like, fighter and like a champion. But she's like gorgeous, but she, like, kills it, dominates, tiny little thing, but she's like a real life martial arts champion. And the fact that she was on this episode, I was like, bro, no way. Like I was already following this chick on Instagram and like YouTube. And she's gotten what's it called? She's gotten really famous for some of these videos that people have seen online. I know you've seen this. In her living room, just throwing this bowl around.
I think I might have seen a scene where they fought.
Bro.
Was it like a 2-on-2 situation? Is it
Yeah,
one of those
dude,
where...
this girl is vicious and she's gorgeous.
Okay.
Raina Valentingham, bro. Capricorn. I already know her sign
right.
and everything.
Yeah, right.
I had to find out what kind. I thought she was an Aries at first, the way this girl is vicious. But man, the fact that she's on the show and she looks amazing, man. So
I'm gonna
good.
check it out.
You gotta watch it. You gotta watch
Check
it.
it out.
She's hot. I love it. But yeah, man, that's another reason why they make the females so powerful. I love the scene where they show all the girls get together at Endgame. And all the girls are going girl power in the theater. And all the females of all the Avengers are teaming up and everything. It's cool. At first, it's like, oh, that's cute. But then when you realize it, it's like, they are pretty all badass. And they are going to, you put the Captain Marvel together with the Scarlet Witch. And that's one vicious combo. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
It's these
What was
females.
the other one? WandaVision? Is that her name?
Oh, yeah. That was a good one. That was, yeah.
She was unstoppable.
Mm-hmm.
That lady was unstoppable.
And then Multiverse of Madness is where you really see her go all out.
Yeah. That was it right there. That one with Strange and all of them. Like she just eliminated everybody. I was like, y'all messing with somebody's mama? Like, somebody's mother is the reason why you have Hulk, right? So that maternal instinct to protect, that's it. So this is why he serves his purpose in that way. And this is why, the woman, she could touch him and then he just falls asleep. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it's like that space. That's what made the Predator lethal. The Predator came out of the shadows because he thought that guy was attacking the woman that was with him in that first Predator movie that they showed. Because their functionality was the protector of the mother, the woman, the alien. So they had this war that they had, alien versus Predator, to where the aliens are fighting against their protectors, right? And then the protectors are fighting against whom they're supposed to protect. So AVP becomes a thing. So if you look at this gender war, it leads to the guy versus the girl type of situation, and everybody's fighting each other. And what did they say? Nobody wins when the family feuds. So the family's feuding. So
and who are they most afraid of? They're most afraid of the grandma.
Right.
The grandmother is the most powerful in Italian families and Latin families. I can't speak for other families that I know of, but it just seems you see how the powerful the grandma is. You know what I mean?
Right.
The older females have that power of wisdom and intuition.
Yeah. What's those skits where they have the shoe, like they pick up the shoe?
The chancla. That's the chancla. Even the mafia movies.
Yeah.
Even in the mafia movies, they'd be afraid of the grandma.
Right.
They
were in that house. Oh, one thing I wanted to say about that is because you were talking about Casino. Right?
Hate that movie.
Joe Pesci. Is it still there?
I don't like it.
You still have to hate it.
It's just not for me.
Joe Pesci and the other guy that's in it. Not Robert De Niro.
Warren Beatty.
No, there was the guy he played on The Sopranos. Like he's a mob guy in every movie.
You said Joe Pesci already.
Yeah, he's got the white hair.
You talking about the guy that says, "You talking to me"? You don't mean Marlon Brando, right?
No. I'll tell you in a second. I'll look it up because I'll tell you about polarity.
De Niro.
Frank Vincent.
Oh, okay.
That's who it is. Frank Vincent. Yeah, not Robert De Niro. Frank Vincent and Joe Pesci used to be a group.
Oh, okay.
They were comedians.
Oh,
Now tell me, you looking at either one of those guys, you see comedian?
no.
But you seen Home Alone though, right?
Yeah.
You see My Cousin Vinny and all that. His acting range. You saw him in Lethal Weapon. What is it? 4? You saw him in like his acting range. Joe Pesci is this guy that goes from stabbing people with a pencil or a pen or whatever they were doing, right, in this group space, to somebody who's getting beat up by Macaulay Culkin, right? And or in defending somebody, he's not a lawyer, all that stuff, right? So all of these acting ranges, and then he's just like the butt of the joke in Lethal Weapon 4 the whole time. I'm like, this is Joe Pesci, but this is still Joe Pesci all through and through. So slapstick comedy guy with this other guy, Frank Vincent, and they go from those people to like hardcore mobster believable guys, whether they're Jewish, whether they're Italian, or they're Irish. Right? They'll foot the bill from any sort of organized crime type of perspective, and they can get into character so believable that the mob people is like, hey, do we have a rat in here? Like, who's telling them all of our stuff? So the nuances of this organized crime culture in Italian, Sicilian, Jewish, Irish, whatever, they're showing them in the likeness. They're becoming these characters so much that they thought somebody's leaking them information. So the Sopranos show in particular, the New Jersey mob guys, it's like, wait a minute, what do we got going? So there's a thing to where you could see these guys, and within a blink of an eye, you forget everything else that they were doing. It's like, oh, this guy's Joe Pesci is a lethal guy, and Macaulay Culkin is whooping his behind twice in 2 movies, right? So, so then you see Macaulay Culkin from Home Alone versus The Good Son. You see him in The Good Son, you're like, oh, this little kid's, evil, right? So it's like it's the same pendulum, how they're able to be on both sides, both the yin and the yang, right?
Yeah.
So they look believable, and that's the ones that give you the greatest show.
Yeah. That's true. Man, yeah, I saw Gladiator 2 yesterday, and I was just disappointed with the writing.
Oh, yeah.
I love Denzel Washington. Every movie Denzel does, he kills it. Believable character. He becomes the character. All of his acting is awesome. I love Denzel. But the writing for that movie, the way they had him doing things, I wasn't feeling it. I wasn't feeling it. You know what I mean? I don't know who wrote that movie, but I kind of didn't like the way it ended. First one.
I mean,
not every sequel is going to be as good as the first.
Yeah, and they're often not. They're often more times not good than they are better.
Yeah.
So you'd be hard pressed to find someone with one, like, where the series improves, like they're,
Yeah.
I don't know. I think Nightmare on Elm Street, I think it probably got better over time or worse, whatever. I don't know, Child's Play or something like that. I guess whatever the genre is, but be hard pressed to find a good series that continued to be good after the first one.
Yeah. Not like Terminator 2.
Yeah.
Terminator 2 was too good. Hard to top that.
Yeah. Where do you go after that?
Yeah, 3 didn't really. They did something where there was a female Terminator. That was interesting.
Yeah, Matrix 1 is everybody's favorite. Matrix 2 is the best.
Matrix 2 is good. I like Matrix 2 a lot.
Yeah, Matrix 2 is the best.
Yeah.
Matrix 1 is everybody's favorite because that's the discovery. Like, you come into the realm of discovery, and that's what happens. Like that's the realm of discovery. So it's like, oh man, yeah, I knew I wasn't tripping or something, whatever it was. And then you get into Matrix 2. Matrix 2 explains everything. They said that Matrix 2 and 3 was supposed to be one movie, but it was too long, so they cut it and made it in an installment. So you see 3 is kind of like, you know, people don't like 3 too much. They're like,
I just like
it's forgettable. It goes from unforgettable to forgettable.
I like the role of the Merovingian.
Yeah.
I think he has a very powerful character, and it was well casted for that. Especially when he starts talking about how he can manipulate the Matrix and the piece of chocolate cake.
Right.
That reference, cause and effect.
Right.
That's what makes it a
causality.
Yes.
Causality, you see? Yeah.
That makes it a documentary.
Yeah, and Persephone, you know, the woman that's by his side, she equally makes it great.
Another powerful woman that seems weak at first. You know, but she kind of outsmarted him in a way.
Right. So
Interesting.
Yeah, look at Trinity. Trinity becomes that by part 2.
Yeah.
She's that at the end of part 1, but she's there in part 2 and part 3 and part 4. By part 4, she's flying. See what I'm saying? So we see her evolution.
Yeah.
Neo goes back to sleep, and she's never asleep. She's like, I've been with you the whole time.
Part 4 could have been so much better.
Yeah, they didn't want to give Sophia Stewart the money because I read her part 4. Her book is amazing.
They're so dumb. They could have teamed up with Sophia and made it the greatest saga.
Right.
All they had to do was team up with her, make her the George Lucas of the Matrix franchise. And just let her do her thing, and make her.
It's already written. That book is out. Like she joins both of the universes back together. You know, in the book we meet the scientist. You know, the guy who first taught them the truth about the Matrix that Morpheus is talking about. Everything comes back into view, and it doesn't take away from the franchise. It makes it seem like it was all a dream.
It was all a dream.
Perfect.
All they need is a rich person with $75 million to go to Sophia and do it right. Because we have all these different Spider-Mans. We have all these different Batmans. Let's revamp the Matrix the way it was supposed to be. And get it done right. They made the first Matrix with $63 million. And people got money. There's people out there just waiting to just throw money into the air. Investors, there's way more rich people that are ready to throw money out there like it's nothing. $75 million to make an amazing film with Sophia fully in charge, like she's George Lucas, and they'll get the ROI easily because people know what's up. Yeah,
in the first week.
So
there's a need. So Matrix 4 showed that there's still a need. There's still a need that survives nostalgia. So nostalgia is there for that moment, but the whole thing is, you know, people still wanted to see it.
Look how long we waited for Top Gun 2.
Man.
Top Gun 2 was a huge success. Right. Maverick, huge success. It was supposed to come out around the same time the pandemic hit. But that gave them time to revamp a few things. But that was big. So there's still time for Matrix to come out with its own Maverick, you know, type of, you know, a real sequel. And it could be the new part 4. We can keep part 2 and 3. It's just part 4 just seems so ridiculous. It's sad. I was disappointed with the first 5 minutes of Matrix 4. Like, oh no, what is this? No. No, just upset seeing the casting and the acting. It was just bad. It was distastefully bad. I was mad.
Yeah, no Lawrence. I'm like,
technically he was in it because they were throwing clips of part 1 in it for nostalgic purposes. Anyway, it could happen. I don't think it's too late. Sophia's alive and well. I think if you come out with her with 75 million, I don't know how much she would get out of it, but I think she still has time to really put a movie out with the right investor. All she needs is the right investor, and this could be the year where she gets approached. It might come out in 2026. Who knows?
Yeah, didn't she say on here like they kind of lowballed her or whatever the case may be? It was something.
Totally. All she needs is a fair deal, a good lawyer, and they can start production on a new Matrix. They can maybe even I don't think they can call it Matrix. They would have to call it something completely different. But we would all consider it part of the Matrix universe. You know, Terminator and Matrix are both in the same universe.
Right.
So
Yep.
it'd be a whole new
Call
series.
it her movie, like where her book intended, Third Eye Matrix.
Yeah.
Third Eye Matrix. Just it don't even have to be anything outside of that. Like let her do that and
Yeah.
finally give her like she's done thousands of interviews. Give her a chance to really have her say in regards to what it is and let her do her own thing. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Like it doesn't have to be something from the Wachowskis or whatever it is. Like let
Wachowskis
her
are done.
Yeah, like, let her do her own.
You know, props to them for doing part one, but they seem to be having their own issues with life. You know, they rushed out part four, and it's bad on so many levels. But that's another video.
Yeah, and I think it was made for this time. Like the technology again is different. The cutting edge of technology from then
Hmm.
and adapted in like the 20 something years in between. So
Yeah.
between 99 and 2020, was it 2022?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's what is it? 23 years?
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's 23 years.
The fans love it. The fans love when things are in the right hands. Look at the power that just happened with Wolverine and Deadpool. Ryan Reynolds has a great grasp of the Marvel franchise. He gets it. He knows what the fans want. He totally over-delivered on that Wolverine and Deadpool movie. The fans love it, and they're like begging him to do more. He's getting set up to do more, and Marvel's shaken because they're realizing that, you know, Ryan Reynolds has the grasp. He knows how to do it. They have to bring him on more. They'd be fools not to let him take more power, and he knows he's about to take power.
Yeah, either they'll do it or he'll do it someplace else, and then
Oh,
because it's going to be done.
it's
Regardless.
gonna be big.
Yeah, and he was there since the Blade series,
Mm.
the franchise that saved Marvel.
Yeah.
So you just think about it, and it's like, oh, where did Blade come from? And you know, we were talking about that before with the contracts, and you know, them owning the rights, and them not being able to produce any more films because of different things with the characters, and you know, courts and lawsuits and settlements and all of that. So all of those things come into play too. So if folks are trying to sue you, or you know, you're going through litigation, you know, you can't do anything while you're in that space of litigation. And then some of those arbitrations and some of those things, they take years.
Yeah,
on the
man.
bench.
Dude, Wesley Snipes is amazing. No one could have played Blade better than Wesley Snipes. Such an outstanding actor, and he killed it. I loved him
He
in
walks
Demolition
in-
Man. Go ahead.
It changes everything. Like
Yes.
he walks in that Deadpool scene, you're like, oh hell. People in the movies cheering and going crazy.
Yeah.
It's just like that Elektra and what was it? Changing Tatum with Gambit, and it was a little hint of nostalgia.
It was, and it's sad because you know, back in his prime, you know, he was, you know, buff and ready for the role. Do you know what I mean? And I don't think he was ready for them to call him back for it, because you know, time goes on, you start getting a little more plant based, you start, you know, you're not pumping in the protein shakes as much. And then they brought him in, so he said he had to wear a suit that kind of made him a little more bulky. You know what I mean? He still looks great for the part though. But it was just cool to see Blade again. You know what I mean? You see, this is kind of like a younger Blade. You could tell he's got like a lot more muscle.
Mm-hmm.
But that, you know, he made a comeback anyway on this show, and it was still good to see him again.
Right. And he said there's only one Blade.
Yeah.
So
I know, right? Because of the other
maybe
Blade.
that's a hint. Yeah, maybe that's a hint at.
Of course, it totally was. It totally was.
And that just goes to show, certain relationships, they survive everything.
Yeah.
Like he didn't have to, but he did it. So
yeah.
Chaz Stilinski is the guy who is in the background of the fight sequences and all of those things for the Matrix.
Mm-hmm.
So he's been working with Keanu since then. So there's no surprise that they do the whole John Wick series together. He's in the background. So he goes from the stunt coordinator, master stunt coordinator, to directing. So all of the sequences, the fighting sequences, the training, the driving sequences, the shooting sequences, all of them are pristine. But then you could tell, like, all right, this acting space or the directing space is like, it's not there. So now I'm adapting all of the other aspects to overshadow or overcompensate for the lack of, all right, we don't really know how to tell this story. Because the story, when you read the story, it's more complex than anything you've ever seen on the screen with the John Wick series I'm talking about. But the amount of complexity of the depth of the action that's in the series makes it something that's unforgettable. So people go to see it for that. They don't go to see it for the dialogue. But there's some dialogue, like, and the backstory, and they chopped it down. So they said originally, when I saw that story, the story was they were looking at somebody like a Nick Nolte or a Clint Eastwood, like an old guy who was a hitman that retired and got to live his life, and somebody breaks into his house and harms him and his not harms him, harms his wife and his dog. So he's like, what's his name? Keanu's like, nah, that's not happening. We don't need to see that. We saw that already. So he takes it in another direction to where there's a seasoned, sort of assassin who's in this assassin world, and he's top notch. He's the guy of the guy, right? And they show him as age, not in physical feature, but in experience. Like, he ran his course. Like, he's trying to get out of the game. So they're giving him a impossible mission, Mission Impossible, and he completes it and he leaves the game, and he's there with his wife, and he's living life for once. So he's basically like a civilian. And happenstance is these paths cross, so similar to what they see in the movie. So it's by happenstance. It's not by direct correlation. So these worlds collide at a gas station, and this is how the movie starts. So the movie starts based off of that, but the depth of the story that they were looking to portray is something that's soap opera for all intents and purposes in regards to what the movie is versus what you see in the movie. So I think they said out of the whole series, he said 100 words. If he said 100 words, you see what I'm saying? So, so it's just interesting how the adaptation of the director goes from, all right, I'm gonna try my toe at this directing thing, and adapts to each movie telling another piece, from him mastering the game as a director, transitioning from like a master stunt coordinator, and stunt person. He's like a master stunt person himself, not just with the talent. He was the talent for a lot of those stunts and choreography. So he's got a ill mind, Chad Skalinsky, in that regard. So trying to translate that into the chair where your hands off and you got to make sure that the sequences are there. You know, I think that was a challenge that you kind of see throughout that series. But
Damn, good
Jesus.
point. Yeah,
But yeah, we see the Kung Fu adaptation through that entire series from The Matrix to John Wick.
yeah, John Wick's a whole other universe.
Yeah.
Where's Bond?
Peace, Crip Jesus. How you doing?
Man, you ever heard of a dude named Four Extras? Do you ever venture off on that side of the internet?
Nuh-uh.
TikTok, none of that? You don't see the dude on Four Extras?
I don't got TikTok. I refuse to get TikTok.
He's pretty big on Instagram too. He's like the most popular Crip right now, right? So I go down to Leimert Park. You know, shout out to myself, the Black Illuminati. The merch is getting out there, so I go down to drop off some merch, and he out there shooting a video, man. And this nigga had me out here gangbanging in the turban. I couldn't believe it. I had to leave it. I had to get up out of there, man. I had to turn it on with the force button. And then I just start seeing all the homies I ain't seen in years. Even people who I thought would probably be, you know how you got your certain friends, you already know Knowledge Boy, like they ain't seen you in a minute. It's kind of like an attitude, like where you been?
Right,
you know, especially when you're
right.
on your new wave. It was all love. It was all love. Like even the homies, like, you know what I mean? Like I don't even call them no more type, you know what I mean? Like it was just all love. Like this, oh man, what's up? I'm Jesus in here. Love you. It was too much love, God. Next thing I know, I was up there throwing up the hood and walking all in front of the video. I said, oh no. I'm gonna get in trouble. Stop. Oh man. He got a slogan off the bat. He said he did a whole song off the bat. He just got out, so it's like off the bat. Like he got the whole city turned up. It was cold though, that you'll find interesting because you know how the climate is at Leimert. We filming the video, but the African drummers are there drowning us out. So it's enough of the song in the background for the director to do his thing, but like the behind the scenes footage, nah, all you hear is the African drums. I said, man, it's like a movie right here. This is crazy because he got some of the top Crips in the city there to film, but it's all love. It's African drums. I'm like, oh, this is a Crip Jesus moment right here. Okay,
100%. Those are polarities, right?
Yes, sir. But you know, that's why the guys was always there. That's where those polarities meet in South Central. And at Leimert, it's like both those sides are acceptable there. You know what I mean? Like you might see some hipster drummers, you feel what I'm saying? Skateboard with the grass shoes on, with the bottom of their shoes is like grass. It's like, yeah, copper with grass in it. Like, yeah, then you got the dude right here with a fitted hat on with a rag and his gun and what's up. Like they all parallel to each other in that space right there. It's like it's really like a everybody get a pass type zone. It's still our hood, don't get me wrong. Like, you know what I mean? It still go down, but it's as far as the different type of personalities, different type of people that don't really coexist in other parts of the city or even other parts of the, you know, the community for that matter, right? You feel me? They come together there and it's all love and, you know, we all patronize each other, you know. Everybody brings their products there. It's like a market.
It's a cultural renaissance. You see it all so you get all types. And
everybody from the East Coast,
you know where it's at. The people don't know. Like, yeah, they heard it, yeah, but they don't know where they at either. You know what I'm saying? Like in the true sense. So yeah, it's different.
For sure. When I was on my way there, was a dude. He's like, I always come here. You know what I'm saying? Remind me of New York. You know what I mean? He's like, it's the only part of LA remind me of New York. He from Harlem. You know, he from Mecca. So he talking about like that energy. You know, the togetherness of our people. Because you don't see, you know how it is in LA. Either you got the side that's all about the money or the gang side. So it's rare you see that there. But what I always try to tell people is, even how I get down, it may seem, you know, it is special and crazy, but if you understood Leimert Park, you would see why I'm like that and where that comes from. Like, because that's a famous part of our hood, but not so many homies were born and raised in that part. You know what I mean? I was, you know. Well, I wasn't born there, hold on, but I'm still feel like it.
Man. Sorry, I just got your message right now, CJ.
That's a video of it, if you can show that.
Oh, okay.
I don't know if you can show it.
Stand by.
But yeah, he's pretty known.
Oh, you posted this. I remember.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, hold up. It's gonna show my messages. I gotta.
So you go see it right here, guy. Like the African drums is drowning.
I already heard it. I heard it already.
They bang it, but it's like love. It's like it's a whole different frequency, guy.
1 second.
I never seen that like it.
Let me get y'all on screen with it. Okay, here we go.
We get love from the hood. Chris on the beat, hug to the dub. Hey, yeah, love from the hood. Chris on the beat, hug to the dub. I'm doing shit.
Who that Crip Mac over there?
No, free Crip Mac. He's still in the days on his way. That's poetic. He's crazy. AD. You got Khalid with DJ Flip, Moneybag Rose. It's a collection out there. K-Boy pulled up. Who else was there? It's a nice collection. Dodie Six. Like a lot of Dodie Six was just on the Kendrick Lamar. On that Hey Now, Say Now. Yeah. We had like a lot of artists from LA Underground here. So Dodie Six is a younger homie. He just got out of prison, came home, he was just dropping video. You know how they do, dropping video after video, and Kendrick Lamar blessed him with that. He had pulled up, he was there. So it was a nice collection that came. And it was just like, I was in the vibe of the song and all that, but when I left and looked at my phone, I said, damn, I was so drunk on the Crip energy and seeing the homies, I didn't even realize, like, I'm looking at the videos like, I can't barely hear us. All I hear is African drums. I said, wow. I said, that was going on the whole time. But no, it was all love though. It was
one fuels the other one. So.
Yeah, it was a different type of energy. Shout out to 4Extra. There's a lot of unity. Some homies from Compton, from the other side, like Nipsey part of town, the '60s and all that. There was a lot of people pulled up, for sure. Mm-hmm. But it was all love. It wasn't no it wasn't even that type of vibe. Like I've been to things where don't nothing go bad, but it's still like a weird vibe. You know what I'm saying? Or just not even just like
intensity. It's tense. Yeah.
Exactly, just a real intense vibe. Like it wasn't none of that. It was like real. It was real welcoming, embracing, and love. I was surprised. You know what I mean? But not too surprised because I knew everybody there. But it was just funny because I've been on my own little wave, so I ain't really been around like that. So it was just funny how he been going so viral. Like I've been seeing people use his voice to make videos about threatening, you know what I mean? Like they got this big persona, like it's just so like it's like it was just all love. You feel what I'm saying? I mean, don't get it twisted. He's still, but it's just all love. I mean, that's how I felt I was there. Like like how the guys be. We ain't no punks or just like NOI got the FOI. You know what I mean? It's always about standing firm on your square. So to me, it just felt that type of energy. It wasn't that stupidity. And he had DJ flipping him out there, so it was cool. Like they had a few artists out there. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. then you know, for the African drums to be there so hard on the Monday, that says a lot. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
That was it. You know, you usually hear about the Sunday African drum
Right.
circle. That's what you hear about Lemur. Oh yeah, the Sunday African drum circle. You always hear about that. But I be telling people like, nah, they be out there all the time. Little do you know it, they be out there so much we forget.
Right.
Mm-hmm. You know, because he filmed that today because, you know, on the weekends and on certain days, even on Friday and Thursday, everybody's out there selling things, you know what I mean? So it's usually filled up. But so when you come on like a Monday or a Tuesday or maybe even a Wednesday, ain't gonna be nobody really out there like that. Maybe down on like 43rd with the Jamaicans, they gonna always be out there. But that's the quarter down there. That circle is gonna be open on them days. So
To this
even with that day, you know, African drum, they ain't playing. They out there. You might go at 2 a.m. Somebody be like, doo, 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 doo. Doo, 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 doo,
Right.
doo. The moon is rising.
to this day.
They might even be high. You know what I'm saying? Somebody always out there.
To this day.
Somebody always out there with that drum. For sure. That's the work. Those are beautiful things. You know.
Man.
This day. To this day.
How was your day, AD?
Good, man. You know, I'm just be pushing sound effects over here.
Amazing.
Yeah, I guess
So,
he's gonna be on this year too.
Is he coming back?
Priest said he's gonna bring him back.
Dope. Epic.
Yep.
So Chris, you've been on here for this whole year. So what's your experience been like? And then like, what's some of your takeaways from the Podcraft, you know, if you look at last December to now?
Well, the Podcraft has for surely made me step my craft way up. So I used to be the type of dude, I drop songs back to back, you know, and just going to the studio and laugh, just spit it as nothing. Because when you're not reaching your full potential, even your 10% can seem like 100%. It's not saying this to my own horn, but you get what I'm saying. Like when you kind of lowering your standard, you're amongst the dudes that's just doing the new age type stuff. And hey, my baby mama said, I could do that. I could do that by accident. I could get high and go to the studio and make 20 of them. So it almost got a little boring after a while, right? So especially once I made the crumb and I was teaching and all of that, I'm like, yeah, you know, I got songs like Revelations or whatever. That's kind of it. But coming to Podcraft, it made me realize, no, you got a lot of work to do. You see this man pumping out these videos back to back, these cartoons, these visuals, these concepts. Then it's Killah Priest. Now here's the cold part. I fell from grace. My relationship with hip hop is kind of like the fall of man, from Nephilim to nothing right now. I was Nephilim out the game in the beginning. Wu-Tang, Killah Priest, Sons of Man, Killer Army. You feel what I'm saying? Nas, Brave Hearts, all that. You feel what I'm saying? Boot Camp Click, all that, bro. Like the only young dude in LA on that type of time. And it wasn't like let me clarify this on Killah Priest. It's not that I was just so hip hop inclined or better than everyone else. My brother was 10 years older than me. You dig? So he grew up in the hip hop. He was breakdancing, graffiti, all of that. So he would get in trouble and get locked up and leave tapes. I had the purple tape, not because I went and bought it. He bought the purple tape and left it to me. You feel what I'm saying? So I grew up on some hip hop renaissance avant-garde. You know, y'all listen to Snoop Dogg, I'm better than you. Like, yeah, I was that guy. Like, they want to fight me. Like, man, we listen to J.O. Felony. You listen to some weird stuff. We listen to Brother Lynch Hung. What are you listening to? You weird. You listen to Nas. Oh, my God. Who likes him? So, I'm not going to lie. Going through that Crip life made me relate to the West Coast music. Now, it's not a coastal thing, but I'm just keeping it real. Like, I didn't get into Brother Lynch Hung, Messy Marv, you know, a lot of them underground West Coast, you feel what I'm saying? Spice One, Mac Dre, you feel what I'm saying? Like all of that, Mitchie Slick, you feel what I'm saying? I ain't getting all, Amazi, I ain't getting to none of that until I was like thugging and all that and going to jail and I could understand what they was talking about and I related to it in that way. But that doesn't mean just because you saying some crazy stuff I relate. Like these dudes do have talent. But getting back out and formulating my own taste and style and then creating music for others, you feel what I'm saying? Allah have a journey for me. So I reached this point in my journey where it was like, okay, you dropped some hot stuff. Like even the shit you got that super West Coast, they say you still lyrical, whatever. People like it. New York respect it. You can kind of live your dream out in that type of way. Like, cause when I went to jail and came back out, I didn't think I was gonna be able to rap. You get what I'm saying? So it was like, even be able to use the internet and maneuver it myself and travel places and meet people and release stuff and see the reaction. But it's like I was back home. 2024, I came back home. So if you look at 2024 in my catalog, maybe I dropped one or two, and I probably made them in 2023. Everything I cooked up this year is in the cut. It's coming out 2025 because 2024 was the year everything changed for me. See, 2023, I was a Crip rapper teacher guy making a book. You see what I'm saying? 2024, I'm an author. You know what I'm saying? I'm on my second book. You dig what I'm saying? Yeah, I'm a CEO. I'm an entrepreneur. You know what I'm saying? It's different now. You know what I mean? Everything I was talking about before, coming to the Podcraft really put in perspective a lot of things for me. And with my music, I could say with my vibration, like that Chariots, you know what I mean? That when you like that guy biting my soul, all of them, like I could remember when I first used to play my stuff. You had love for me, you'll ride with it. You seen where I was going, but you used to say, like, I'm waiting, and now I'll be seeing that. You be like, okay, this is what I was waiting for. Yeah, all right. I knew you had it in there. You know what I'm saying? I knew you was playing. You know what I'm saying? You was, putting the porn cover on the Bible. I knew that's what you doing. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Yeah,
right.
We hear that. Mm-hmm. So I feel like this year, we going from I was building and destroying, guy. I was doing the mathematics. Wisdom cipher, wisdom culture. You feel me? Born was build and destroy. I was building and destroying all 2024. This year, we're going to bring that out. I'm born in it. You know what I mean? Gonna get big again. Whoop Dr. Ali Muhammad ass. Drop some new albums. Me and Killah Priest. You feel what I'm saying? It's going down.
The champ is here and I'm knocking out all bump. If you get too big, I'm gonna knock you out. Hey,
man.
I had sent you a video, I think it was a couple of days ago, with Dave Flores with the Killah Priest merch on with the Abraxas video. Do you have it?
You sent it to my Instagram?
Yeah.
Let me see. I'm gonna pull it up.
Let's get it.
Yeah, that I didn't know people was listening. We had to wind down, and I was like, man, like those are the moments that become like most palatable. So KP got the merch. He got this album that we love, and I was like, send in the video. You know what I'm saying? Send in the video. The most creative way, either you holding the merch or you listening to the music or you don't, both, whatever it is. And I seen Dave Flores do a joint, you know what I'm saying, like with this right here. There it comes. This is the greatest commercial in the world.
That's hard.
You know what I'm saying? Like something simple like that, but it got so much meaning. You see what I'm saying? Like he out and about on his day, like this is his soundtrack. You see what I'm saying? Like this is his soundtrack in motion, like forward motion. Like he's coming forward, doing what he's doing, and it's like it's him, right?
Yeah.
But like, what is he wearing? Oh, that's what that hoodie. Oh, that hoodie looks sick. You see what I'm saying? So it's like, yeah, he got his wardrobe. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm glad he did that too, because that artwork is hard. That do deserve to get on some merch.
So I'm looking at things like that. Like these are the commercials we got out there. So
Yeah.
literally all of us that support Priest and his music, things like that is another opportunity to kind of showcase and get people out there. Like, all right, get yours today. Get the little boom. I was like, oh, this is dope. Yeah. So I kind of put that out there on the wind down, and it was dope to see Dave Flores of all people just jump on the wave. So.
Oh, okay. I see you saying, yeah, he popped out with it.
Yeah.
I gotta stop playing it. I gotta get mine so I can pop out with it, man.
Yeah.
Especially I'm royal priesthood now. I gotta stop playing. It's time to do it.
Yeah, and I'm sure people are playing the music. This is like even something you vibing out to the music, whatever. Or you got the merch on, or you got the vinyl. You see what I'm saying? The vinyl, you holding up the vinyl, you like, oh man, whatever it is, it's a space to do like your own virtual testimonial and tribute. You know what I'm saying? One way or the other. Whether you say something or you don't say something, you're just holding it up. Like you just in support. It's like organic solidarity. Like, yeah, this is it right here. This.
And plus, if you listen to Killah Priest, it's bigger than just a rapper you listen to. It's like a religion almost. Like if you meet somebody and they like, you listen to Killah, me too. Like, oh yeah, you already know y'all got all type of deep, esoteric, mysterious stuff in common. Or they would listen to Killah Priest. See what I'm saying? So it's a whole universe and world into itself. So it for sure, deserves some merch and to be identified when you out and about. Because now I could just see you with your Braxis hoodie, and I know I got an air light right there. You feel me?
That's it.
You ain't got your hoodie on.
That's a Fight Club situation right there. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Like everywhere my boy went, he didn't know. He didn't know where he started. Like he was oblivious to it. It's like, you said you would say that. Is this a test, sir? On the bus, everybody got the busted up face. You know what I'm saying? So everybody got the little shiner. Like, oh yeah, we all Fight Club. You see what I'm saying? It's like, yeah. So he made like a whole movement based off of that. So
exactly. No, for real. It's about that time. Cause especially at this time, like the catalog and all that's so sick. It's like like you said, it's a whole club in itself. And I'm not gonna lie, like me being like I listen to a lot of different Wu-Tang, and Killah got his own vibe. You feel what I'm saying? Killah got his own vibe. Especially for a bookhead historian dude like me, Killah is like all of them, spark them neurons, but Killah's the one that kind of like when he go into the I knock people and all that, I know what he talking about. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't know nobody else that go there with it. So Killah got his own vibe. So it's for sure his own world right there.
It's the psychic world of Walter Reed. You know what I'm saying? We seen it. Seen it right there. So KillahPriest.tv. Get the merch, get the album, stream the album, have some stream parties. You know what I'm saying? Spread the word. Do something. If this album means something great to you, do something great with it. You know what I mean? Do something great with it.
Sure. Please do something great with it. And Killah Priest is the only person I know that makes songs that's like sometimes you don't want to hear no drums. You want to just hear some pianos and some classical or something. Like I could put on Killah Priest for that type of vibe. I could take a 2-hour bath and play all the Killah Priest songs that don't got drums and stuff.
A bath?
Yeah.
You mean like with bubbles and shit? That's what I think of when I think of bath. Man, I was just a rubber ducky and shit. He's at a bath.
Take a bath, burn some sage.
Yeah. Light some candles. I'm chilling tonight.
He does. He has that type of music.
Yeah, no, I feel you. No, you're right. Says you get laid back.
Like you can really like open the windows and clean the house.
Yeah, that's what I gotta do.
Mm-hmm.
That's the forest right there.
Yeah.
So for everybody who listening for the chat, put in your favorite shows, the favorite moments of the Podcraft this year, because I know everybody been out there. You see what I'm saying? Like, we've been out there. We went on a ride, a discography for Killah Priest this year. You see what I'm saying? And we got the Abraxas at the end, but you know, throughout the year we got some Vedic. You know what I'm saying? We got some extra rooms. You know, we had all kind of stuff going on in the midst of this year. So, favorite podcast episode or favorite guest, and then you know, add in some of the people y'all want to see come in 2025, because we're going to bring it full circle with that. So from
Priest already
2024, 2025.
Priest already got a list. He got a list of potentials, and then he's got a list of art celebrities already coming on the show. It's exciting, man. And I'm gonna move this year. Gonna upgrade. So all this in the background is gonna be upgrading. Me a nicer spot.
Oh.
We're gonna upgrade the whole spot. I'll still be in the area, CJ. So when I get to the new place, you gotta come check out the new place.
Okay.
Hopefully it'll be
Flying in,
bigger living room. Yeah.
flying in, pulling up.
Trying to get a bigger living room, but it'll be nice. Trying to get hardwood floors this time.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Let's get it.
I'm gonna get one of those little robots that just cleans the floor and stuff.
God Sentinel said, KBA, any show with Mojito connected with that right part. That right part serious.
Yeah. Man, when the cats are bored, they get aggressive, you know.
Next time, Gadget.
He's home alone a lot.
Oh, somebody wrote Jordan Maxwell. Jordan Maxwell was heavy.
Yeah.
That was a heavy joint right there. And that was what, the second show, right? Second time he came on?
Yeah, he came on twice. I believe maybe 3 times. I think one of them was more brief.
Oh, they said somebody put David Icke. David Icke was joined.
Yeah, David Icke. It's tough to go live with David Icke because you never know what he's gonna say. That can get get you in trouble. We just got one of our strikes removed, so we're good now.
David Icke.
All right, man was in the building. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, the uncensored version is on Rumble.
Yeah, I had seen R.A. the Rugged Man perform in Texas when he came to Texas. Right after he was on the Podcraft, he came to Texas to perform with DJ Notion. So yeah, this year's been interesting.
Yeah,
I introduced Killah Priest on stage, and I introduced Planet Asia on stage.
Oh, nice.
You know what I'm saying? So it's like, you look at it from last year to this year, you know, we was all together with Rascast, and you know, we came out during that time, I think, to shoot the first wave of the Killah. You know, we were all there for a lot of that, but then it just translated to some other things. So yeah, 2024 has been, you know, from the Podcraft perspective, something pretty dope. You know, me and Planet Asia was trying to link for about 7 or 8 years physically. Then it was just that moment, like, all right, oh yeah, you coming out? Yeah, I gotta come out for that. And you know, with Killah Priest, that was another epic joint. So, and then people was like, yo, that's knowledge from the Podcraft. Like, so literally I have my platform now going on 10 years, right? And you know, people are like, yo, that's knowledge from the Podcraft. He be dropping knowledge on the Podcraft. So I was like, man, this is different. It's a different sort of space to where it's like, all right, you look and see people that you don't think speak no English, and they're like, oh, yo, that's knowledge from the Podcraft.
Man, for real.
That was dope. That was dope. So it was a couple of times where you get those sightings too. Like, oh yeah, I see you on the Podcraft. So yeah. It's interesting. Being on the stage and welcome Planet Asia on the stage, Killah Priest on the stage. It was something.
Planet Asia. I had a similar experience. I just sent them a video. The same exact spot we were just looking at with 4 extras in them. Planet Asia was right there, and I was shooting my video called Ice. And he hopped up in there.
Can you put your microphone a little closer?
Oh, my bad.
There you go.
I was saying, yeah, that same spot, I ran to Planet Asia, and he hopped in my video Ice. We was over there. We was in 2 locations. We was right there, and I think we was down in like Marina Del Rey or one of them beaches. You know what I mean? He was with some of the guys, but yeah, I like that, brother.
That's fire.
Yeah, you see them up in there?
Yeah,
Mhm.
that was a beautiful pop up. Like, yeah, that's hey,
Yeah,
if you're
yeah.
gonna have a pop up, that's a beautiful pop up right there. And he looked like he was planning to be there. You know what I'm saying? So it's not like he just naturally came in with the flow. So yeah, I think
No,
that
it
was
was all
cool.
love when I met him. I was surprised. He was
Yeah, he's a real good dude, real down to earth man. And he's a builder. You know what I'm saying? Like builders are rare nowadays. So he's a builder. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to the Jabbar tribe. You understand what I'm saying? Like,
yes,
yeah,
sir.
yeah, definitely. So I saw some comments. I saw a Big Boo's episode. I seen Producer Plug. I saw Natural Tahuti and Rasul getting into it. Like these are all epic moments, right? Epic
Yeah.
moments on the podcast. So I'm looking and listening like this quintessential. So to see Miyoshi pop back on, to see Minkepera. You understand what I'm saying? Like Minkepera did a
Yeah.
whole show. You know what I'm saying? Like just to see him like
That was
over the
beautiful.
years, it's just like, all right, yeah, this is it right here. Look, so it's different opportunities to see that happen, this year, in particular. And all of the submissions and all of the shows. So yeah, epic. So we're doing a Podcraft wish list right now. So let's look at 2025. Let's see who y'all want to see on the Podcraft at 2025. It
I
might
do.
already be on the list. Go ahead, Crip.
I do. I'm gonna point out what you was talking about. I did see like I don't know if it was like maybe I missed the other years, but I feel like with Naru and Ty
Right,
and
right,
Boo, you feel what I'm
right.
saying? Like I was
Yes.
seeing like the female MC energy, and with
Yeah,
people like I don't even want to say their names, but all the ratchet stuff,
yeah,
like that was
yeah,
refreshing. Yes.
yeah.
So yes, Ty Phoenix is already around, but
Yeah.
still
Shout
like
out to
she wasn't as
Sid
around as
coming
much
through
last
too.
year. So for her to reemerge as hard as she did this year with Naru on the scene and then producer plug pulling up with Boo, you feel what I'm saying? That was all incredible.
Right.
Shout out to Boo, man. Man, she bad, bro. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Hey, Boo. You know what I'm saying?
Amazing.
Amazing.
You know what I'm saying?
I think
New
we
York,
got
I like them kind.
a
Yeah.
thug connection right there. I think we got thug connections right there.
Yeah, you feel
Yeah.
me?
Shout out to Niru. She in the Netherlands still. She sent a shout out
Yeah.
from the Netherlands. She out there getting busy.
And the Root gonna have a track coming soon, y'all. Get ready for that. You feel me? Going bar for bar.
And the mothership, Ty Phoenix, of
Yeah,
course.
Royal Priesthood getting on.
Always epic. Always epic.
Then I gotta send Priest that other one. I don't know why I've been playing with that. I already went to the studio and got the verse ready. So yeah, I gotta get on that as soon as we get off. So Royal Priesthood, that was cooking up this year. You feel what I'm saying? It's gonna be getting born next year, like as far as my part in it. So I'm just looking forward to. I'm
They
excited
shouted
about
that out. Like all of the priesthood tales. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
From Kiss the Ring to the Z Mix to all of the priesthood tales. Like the story is becoming epic. It's becoming more and more epic. Epic and zepic. So shout out to Kai Zodiac, shout out to Kill Ripken, shout out to Ty Phoenix, you know what I'm saying, Killer Priest, and everybody in the priesthood, you know what I'm saying, that's there. Lil Da Vinci, aka Da Vinci Code, you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So
Shout out Lil Da Vinci. He did one for me called Words of a Pharaoh. I wonder if I could play a piece of it. I don't know, but I'll figure it out. But yeah, he did. He sent me one. Words of a Pharaoh. I hopped on there. Like, man, it's going down, bro. Like,
Shout out to Crumb. Crumb was a staple.
I was really like,
December too.
I feel like I was getting ready.
Yeah.
I even feel like all that back and forth with Cover Boy and all that. I was like, okay, you want me to dig up in that part of the bag?
Yeah.
Oh, you don't like auto-tune 808s and all that? You got a problem with that? All right, hold on. I started telling producers, now take that shit off, man. Take that off, man. Turn the drum down a little bit. I got to go in on this one. Hold on. I got some congos and stuff. It got to be twisted. Like, yeah, he put that extra light, him and post-boredom, put that extra little flame up under me. You know what I mean? So I really feel like this year we coming with it. I told myself this year I'm going to be more on deck. You know, I'm going to be pulling up and all that.
Right.
And not just to make it about me. I'm saying what I can add to the team. You feel me? It's a different LA flavor, West Coast, and make it like full cipher where we coast to coast with it. Because I mean, that's how I feel like it is anyway. With him coming out here, so that was just like the last piece to the puzzle, Me and Killah Priest at Lamert or something, shooting a video type joint. You know what I mean?
Lance was in the building heavy this year too. Lance and the whole gang behind the ice wall over there. Everybody was getting busy over there. So.
I was feeling how Producer Plug was coming too with the whole beat making. And a lot of times people forget about that. You know what I mean? He really represented for the producers and the beat makers and putting the fun back into that. Like I was really tagging into his social media and seeing how they was having producer competitions and all that. I was feeling that. Yeah. Bring the energy and the fun back. You know what I mean?
Producer Plug and Purpose. It's getting busy this year.
Yes. Factory.
Go ahead, AD. You was about to say something.
No, I'm good. Y'all doing your thing. We only got a couple submissions for the song promotions tonight.
Well, I want to ask you that though, AD. How do you feel like? Do you feel like Producer Plug and just people like that? Because you be on the more musical side, and it's always about the other person putting their face in the camera. You get no credit, right? Do you feel like that helps bring awareness and attraction? You know what I'm saying? People like himself who will step out there. They make the music. They're not the rapper, but they're in front of the camera. They're hosting. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that motion is emotion. He's creating energy. He's doing what a real DJ should do. Do you know what I mean? Because he's playing it, but like you got to wear several hats in this industry. Regardless, you're gonna be the producer, executive producer, marketing. You're your own publicist. You got to get out there and push. So every bit helps. You know what I mean? Not to mention he's also networking, and business is based on relationships. Relationships are based on communication. So he's doing a lot of communication. So yeah, big ups to him, man, because he's doing a great job. I see his action on social media too. He'll encourage us to leave a comment and everything, and when I get a chance, I'm able to comment on certain things and keep sharing it. That's what it's all about nowadays, is keeping that social media active. If you don't have a social media person, you have to do it yourself. But
I'm not gonna lie. Let me tell you something about you. Let me give you your flowers. You hold it down for the DJs. DJs are seen as perverted little numbskulls. You keep it real. That's the idea. He's probably in the back somewhere, just freaky and just mix all the songs together. It's like, and you being such an intellectual and not even just like a nerdy intellectual, like you know to handle conversation. You feel what I'm saying? It brings it. It even shows me that to be a DJ, you do have to understand the flow of people and the psychology and science of people. I never really looked at it that deep until really listening to you talk, interacting with you. You know what I mean? So I gotta give your flowers too. You hold it down for the DJs.
Thank you, man. Yeah, it takes an intuitive spirit, but also the love, because I love hip hop and I love music to an extent where it's like I can feel other people loving it too. So as a DJ, we're constantly reading the room. So I'm constantly looking around to make sure I'm not playing no rock music when it's inappropriate in the club. Or make sure I don't get too hood at the right time, or I don't. You know what I mean? It's time for certain types of songs, or for certain times of the night, and certain times of when certain people are in the room. You can't start the night with all your best tracks. So I'm always finding myself when I'm DJing, don't play anything too hot yet, because you got to drop it at the right time. We were talking about how timing is everything. So I'm going through the list playing songs and be like, nope, that's too hot. Nope, that's too hot to play. Here's a medium track. I'm going to play a little bit of Future. So I'll drop
So
Future.
I would imagine you spend most of your days like hearing people's music opinion, knowing it's probably dead wrong, but you just got to kind of like hold it inside, like, yeah, whatever.
It depends. You know when
like you're just saying that. Like if I played that right now, no, like that would not be the reaction.
you know when it's hot and you know when it's not. You know what I mean? And there's tracks that I hear, they're hot. It's not in my whip, but I know everyone's feeling that vibe. Do you know what I mean? So I'll know, even though it's not my vibe, I know when it's the vibe for the club. Do you know what I mean? So I'll drop some Moneybag Yo or 310 Baby or Bossman D-Lo, which you got to be very careful because Bossman D-Lo is some hot tracks. And if I drop it too soon, do you know what I mean? Some people want to hear that at the right time. Even Sexy Red has her certain times where it's a good time to drop that.
You're not walking through the door at Sexy Red or walking through the door at Bossman D-Lo. That's like, I get you
right.
saying. Like,
there's a certain time for Cardi B.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? But I have to constantly read the vibe of the room, see who's twerking, you know, and see who's ready for that. She's feeling that twerking vibe. You know what I mean? Let me drop some Bossman D-Lo on them right now. Perfect timing. And when you hit that timing just right, you're like, yeah, and they're vibing to it. That's when you know you're
Have you ever had a situation where you're hired to do something and you read it wrong, like you prejudged it?
Oh yeah.
Like you got there and was like, oh yeah, this is not what I thought it was gonna be.
Nope, absolutely. I've made plenty of mistakes, and then that's when I'll cut that song short. I'll only do a verse, and then I'm out after 2 minutes. And then you don't want to cut it too short. If some songs you want to do the whole all the way through, so I'll do like 2 verses and 2 choruses because I know this is a hot track right now. You know what I mean? It's amazing how many Future songs are popular, and they're short. They're only like 1.5 minutes, 2 minutes, and everything. So I try not to go back to back. I'm constantly making sure, okay, I already played enough Future. I gotta play something else now. You know what I mean? So I'm always, flipping that up and being cognizant of the room and stuff like that. And then sometimes it's a little bit of good time to play some System of a Down. Sometimes I'm dropping a little bit of 9 Inch Nails. You know what I mean? Constantly reading the room. But I'm in the middle of Hollywood, DJing and stuff like that, so you never know who's gonna walk in. We just had Frosty the Snowman walked into the club, which was cool, and they said, "Hey, Frosty the Snowman's here. You got to play one of his tracks." I'm like, "Okay." Yeah. We had OT Genesis come into the club the other day. They snuck Snoop Dogg into the back room upstairs. There's a VIP upstairs.
Oh wow!
But it's like, okay, don't immediately play Snoop Dogg because he just walked in. So it's very much gauging not to be too obvious. So I'm always trying to just keep it smooth, be cool, relax, drop. Everything has to go at the right time. So with that type of intuition, that's what I'm constantly being challenged for. And that's why, I take it easy on the weed, don't drink. I just backed out of coffee. And that's making my intuition even that much more powerful because I'm not only reading the room, but reading the people, reading the vibes. And there's plenty of drunk girls that gave me suggestions. So can you play this new song? Oh, what is that? I didn't know it was.
Can we play Altitudes? Altitudes was the song for 2024.
Altitudes?
Yeah.
There you go.
Ty Phoenix and Killah Priest. That was one of those chunks. Shout out to Ty Phoenix.
Actually, I got Stand on It. You said Altitudes.
Yeah, with her and Killah Priest.
Okay. Let me see.
Altitudes was one.
There we go.
Shout out to Rasul in the building.
We fly it.
Yeah, Priest, Ty Phoenix. Let's get it.
Killah Priest.
Yeah.
Ty Phoenix.
From a mustard seed, I must succeed. Through storm clouds, the horned owl just brush the trees. The rainfall, I remain small to luckily. The grain is tall, but I change form, become a tree. Dusting off my leaves, the moth and bee swirl around me. A world with no boundaries. The ignorant 10% thought it was just a breeze. Throwing dirt, cause their heart holes in their hurt. Hey yo, Ty, you know the chart shows when to be alert. This goes from 2 in a verse to a whole universe. The altitude is windy, but through currents and air pockets, a rare profit. To feel the world is too empty. It's too much to explain. Top Peach is the water, so it's only right she rain. And y'all know my name. Yeah, Todd Wave.
Taking you higher than you ever been. Feel the rush in the air when we touch the wind. Soaring with the eagles, baby, here we up. In the clouds past heaven, baby, fly with us. Taking you higher than you ever been. Feel the rush in the air when we touch the wind. Soaring with the eagles, baby, here we up. In the clouds past heaven, baby, fly with us.
A royal priest beside a phoenix is no less than fire. Every bar's a power line like an electric wire. We interplanetary beings, we could stand the sun. Been to 23 galaxies like a Samsung. When they speak of royalty, they thinking J and B. I'm talking higher deities in the awakened me. Unmistakably, I leveled up from A to B. Laid this beat like it was masonry. Don't play with me. Going higher than the rest of them. Flying, we caress the wind. Tower over lesser men, taller than the Nephilim. Use it like a sharp sword, so you will respect the pen. Claiming my reward every day. I put the effort in. Jewels around the throat chakra like a diamond necklace. Gather knowledge, drop clues like a crime detective. I took the road less traveled, found divine direction. We on the plane of existence with space and time connecting.
Taking you higher than you ever been. Feel the rush in the air when we touch the wind. Soaring with the eagles, baby, here we up. In the clouds past heaven, baby, fly with us. Taking you higher than you ever been. Feel the rush in the air when we touch the wind. Soaring with the eagles, baby, here we up. In the clouds past heaven, baby, fly with us. 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 Fly with us.
Nice.
That was incredible.
Altitudes.
Taller than the Nephilim.
Yeah.
Mm-mm-mm.
Yes.
Ty Phoenix something special, man. Ty Phoenix,
Mm-hmm.
her mind different.
Yeah.
And she got the Crown Loads EP dropping. So y'all go check her out, Ty Phoenix. And she owes us another wind down. So
Mm.
the first wind down of 2025 is the first. So
No, you guys have been doing. You guys have been doing great with that wind down, man. It's turning out into its very own. It's got its very own brand going on. You know what I mean? Y'all got a little a method to the madness now. It sounds good, looks good.
yeah, I'm just glad to be involved. I'm glad to be involved in any capacity. You know, I love the Podcraft. Priest is my brother. AD, you know, you my brother. So like,
Yeah.
whatever I could do to, you know, be in that gap to kind of alleviate. And I seen that there was an opening to assist, and you know, just
Yeah.
staying.
Well, we needed something different too, and that's cool. That's like a little personal VIP thing. Do you know what I mean? To kind of flip the format around.
Mm-hmm.
So that's dope that y'all could do that. I like when you drop the bomb and there's a big still picture of a bomb on screen. There's something to that though. Like that's cool. Like it's a style of its own. You know, I like that.
Yeah,
I don't even know how you do
definitely-
that. That's got to be a StreamYard thing.
Yeah, it's a StreamYard thing. You know,
Oh,
just
okay.
you could upload little clips over there.
Hmm.
But I love this setup. This setup yields and garners a life of its own. You
Mm.
know, so these things that are in the background, people come for that. Like they come for the blast off when we go into the next dimension. Or whatever
Yeah.
else is going on. Like there's so many things that you provide in addition to this Podcraft experience. So
It'll be interesting how this year goes with the new. There's going to be a new series that we're putting out with this Podcraft. We're going to get some burners up here, and Priest's going to be cooking. Literally.
Podcraft.
Yeah, he's going to be up here with some
It's gonna be
food.
epic.
We got to get CJ in here with some of the vegan ingredients so y'all can make some all kinds of foods and stuff.
I'll be in there
I
watching.
mean, we can make all type of stuff.
Yeah.
I'll be in there.
I ain't vegan every day, so we can get
Yeah.
it.
I'm experimenting. You know, now that I quit coffee, though, I might do like a vegan day, like once a week, where I just do like today I'm not gonna eat meat today. Just like a experiment.
Yeah,
I'm always experimenting.
we vegans, AD. We vegans.
Hey,
Vegans.
Megans.
Yeah.
I mean, I've been vegan for a while. I'm just trying to. I like to flip things up, experiment.
No, for sure.
See what's going on.
Vegan ain't easy.
Yeah.
Vegan.
Y'all ever do fasting?
Of course.
Oh yeah.
What's the longest you
Like
gone?
I'm fasting right now. It's just sundown already.
What's the longest you've been?
Yeah, 30 days.
You went 30 days
45
fasting? Get out of here.
Hold on.
You had CMOS?
Do you mean like fasting like when the sun go down, or do you mean like
No, like
just straight
just
through?
how long have you gone with no food?
Now, it's sun up to sundown, but I went 3 days with no food.
Wow.
But I went 7 days with just like what you call it, like a liquid fast.
like okay, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
I know to join the nation, we call it a 72. Right?
Oh wow.
Not even 3, because some people like to say 3 days and they're eating at nighttime. So it's like you said, how long? So 72 hours, right? And like I did it, and then everybody I taught, I did it with them, right? And then after that, like whenever I would get a little rusty on my 120 and redo it, I'll do a 3-day fast. So that's how I picked it up. So I know like if I ever need to, I could drop a 72. But
wow.
In more recent times, I've just been more about trying to be just conscious of what I'm dealing with, period. Because fasting is like the negative things, not negative like bad, but it's a takeaway, right? So now that I'm gonna say I mastered that, but now that I've got that under my belt for sure, that I don't gotta feel like, oh, I need that. Like I got that about my system, right? So I know how to fast. Now I need to know what to put in there. You know what I'm saying? Like now that I took the things out, what do I replace that with? So that's what I've been learning this year. That's been big for me. Like matter of fact, when you just saw me drinking something, that was some herbs that I set in the water, heated up, let it sit for about 40 minutes. So when the song was playing, I just ran down there real quick, strained it out. I've never done stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? I do stuff like that now. Use Shilajit resin and take half a teaspoon out and mix it in the water and let it sit there and then drink it. Like, so I'm getting into that now. Like, which herbs do what I think everybody's focused on what not to eat.
Yeah.
If you really think about it, so much stuff in America's processed. That's damn near everything. It's not just about meat and all that. So now we need to learn about what to replace that with. You know what I mean? Different fruits, different vegetables. I've noticed that I don't really know many fruits and vegetables. I can name you about 10 fruits, 10 vegetables. You know what I'm saying? It's not really a big old list. I could name you plenty restaurants.
Yeah. I'm gonna try some dragon fruit. I want to try soursop, durian. I got some things I want to try out. You know what I mean? See what's up. I eat mad blueberries. For me, about 60 grams of blueberries for breakfast. But I feel it when I don't have it. So I'll have it every day, 60 grams, and then I'll take a couple of days off with no blueberries. And I notice, hey, I'm not as sharp today as I was yesterday. I didn't have the blueberries.
Oh, wow.
Interesting. But yeah, man.
What I learned this year?
Go ahead.
You know, people be like, eating healthy is expensive.
Not, huh?
Not true.
Yeah.
Because all that cheap
stuff comes in many forms.
Because all that cheap stuff, right? That you say is cheaper.
It adds up.
The farmer John dogs and the burgers.
Oh yeah, because meat's expensive.
See, I'm thin, so I used to think, oh, okay, that's cheaper. I see why people eat that.
Yeah,
no, that was me growing up. I was broke. Everybody else, they buying 4-5 burgers, 3-4 hot dogs, right?
It's nitrates.
I didn't know because I wasn't, I lived a different type of life. Then I've been in prison and all that. So now I'm out here rolling around with people and seeing this is what y'all spending $50 at McDonald's. Y'all spending $80 at Burger King? No, just go get some healthy shit.
Yo, you can make some gourmet top ramen and make it some of the healthiest food. You know what I mean? Don't use the packet and just, add veggies to the ramen and rinse it right. And you can make a really healthy meal that's cheap, but it's ramen, but it's a healthy gourmet ramen. You can make it work.
But here's what I learned about
how
even
expensive is
thinking different, right?
dialysis?
Yeah.
But sometimes you gotta think different. Sometimes you don't even gotta buy like all these different servings and different items. Like, do you know a real orange, not the one at the grocery store,
Mm.
a real orange, a real avocado, a real tomato, as far-fetched as it may sound, you can just eat that. And it'll fill you up better than a lot of that junk.
Yeah.
I've done it. Eating just a flat out, I'm eating this avocado. But see, I'm a little different. They had an avocado tree behind my house where I grew up. So I eat avocados.
Yeah,
sometimes you have to do with your raising. My mom was a little more like the Mexicans. We eat lemon, a whole lemon. You know what I mean?
Limon.
The last girl I was dealing with, she said, "You just eat the whole lemon?" What that? I said, "Yeah, what's it? Why are you teaching your kids that it's weird to eat food? What the hell? You teaching them that they gotta don't eat the butter of the bread, don't eat the whole apple, eat the side of it. All that's just dumb. I don't get it. Don't eat the. I don't get it. Like people who are not into like being conscious of what you put in your body. Because I was once like that. When you look at the methods that they use to eat and the things they buy and how they spend, they're spending way more than a lot of the healthy eating people. A lot of that junk don't even fill you up. They be buying excessive amounts of it. Nobody's buying the one Ruffles for $5.99. They're buying 5-10 bags of that. The Ruffles that cost $5.99, how do you think I know the price? You ain't gonna fool me. I know what I'm talking about. Okay? $5.99 Ruffles is gone as soon as you open them. So you're gonna need about 5 or 10 of them.
Yeah, and they're also covered
anywhere from $30 to $50. You could have bought all type of healthy stuff. And guess what? Live on Killah Priest, I'm about to drop the big bomb. You ready for this?
Go ahead.
You ain't ready for this? You ready for this?
You ready?
It's on every other city in America, but all around LA, they got farmers markets that take EBT. Food stamps. What y'all gonna say now?
Yeah. With no MSG.
Look at the pandemic for a second.
Look at the what?
The pandemic for a second. Pandemic, whatever it is. You go to the grocery store, right? Pandemic, right? They set up the grocery store for all of the healthy stuff that's on the outer perimeter. All of that's still there. Everything on the inner perimeter is gone. Everything on the outside is still there. It's plentiful, right? So the vegans and the ones that's health conscious, they ain't starved. They wasn't going through I can't. There's no more of these. It's all there. All of the produce, right? This is what they call it, right? All of the produce is still there, and all of the other consumables are gone. So it's there. It's still there right now. So incrementally, they ain't do nothing crazy with the price, but for everything else, there was price gouging. So this other stuff was there, and it was there till it went bad, but by and large, it was still there. So the stuff that they told you that you needed, that was helping people, the natural things that they were talking about that you needed, you start looking at garlic and some of this other stuff, all that stuff was still there, but it wasn't there. It was these other things that they was going up on the price. Like, all right, so chicken now is what, $10 or whatever the case may be. Them fruits and vegetables ain't went up that much. You see what I'm saying? So incrementally, you look at it over time, and you look at cost benefit analysis.
I go to Amazon Fresh. You know about Amazon Fresh?
Yeah.
They kind of
look at dialysis. Just ask yourself how much dialysis costs you. How much type 2 diabetes costs you. How much cancer costs you. All of these elements that's associated with what you're putting into your body, matching what's already inherited from your genealogy. You see what I'm saying? So one way or another, if you're saying, okay, this way of life is too expensive, what's the inference on the other side. How
Mhm.
much does a heart attack cost you? How much does a stroke cost you? How much does high blood pressure cost you? So thinking about that and putting that on the scale, and Crip just gave us the bomb. Like those farmers markets take EBT. So you out there and you can get that fresh fruit from these small farmers that's out here with these farms. They're naturally grown 9 times out of 10, and you build up that relationship. Y'all could work something in trade.
Mhm.
Y'all could work something in trade based off skill sets or whatever it is. But thinking about all of the people who transitioned this year through preventable ailments and things like that, health conscious has to be something like health woke or whatever,
For
what the
real.
health or any of that, it has to become a priority physically, emotionally, mentally, and spiritually.
Yep. Health is
So
wealth.
health is like survivability. You know what I mean? If you want to be around for your children, your grandchildren, whatever it is, make some adjustments, make some shifts, because these things that are cheap, they're cheap for a reason. They're cheap for a reason. If they're made cheap, they're made cheap for a reason. So we gotta think about that right there.
And then, like you just said, like being aware, making way for yourself. Because, like you said, when you put it on the scale, how much more is going to cost you health wise? How much more is going to cost you from hospital bills? And then addictive wise, I want to point this out because I did this at first. When you first start getting a little conscious, you just go the negative route. Meaning not negative like bad, but like you take things out. You're not really, you don't start off really putting things in because you don't know what to put in. So you start off taking things out, and you might still have the same habits. Let me show you what I mean. You might not eat meat, or you may not eat dairy, or you may cut down this sugar, but you may still eat constantly. Like you still just on autopilot, just right? Snack this, snack that. Now you snacking sesame seeds or whatever, but you just and what I realize is that that's where the other complaint comes from. Like, oh, it costs so much. Yeah, because you're buying stuff all the time. You feel what I'm saying? Like, if you bought what you needed and you took on this lifestyle completely, not saying just eat healthy, but be aware. You feel what I'm saying? Be conscious. You know what I mean? Okay, I eat at this time, or I eat this much, I eat that much. You get what I'm saying? And once you get there with it, the money's not the problem because now this is your lifestyle. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna start meeting other people who eat that way, who know where to go and get it. No, yeah, you're gonna be into it now. Now it's your lifestyle. You know.
My life, my life, my life, my life.
Oh. Like the CMOS stuff. I thought that was a big old, tap in and once I met somebody and started really talking about it, getting to know them, and they don't charge me, like you said, I built a relationship with them. They're not charging me an arm and a leg. I know exactly what I'm getting. I know exactly what it's gonna do. He made it. You know what I'm saying? You gotta go there. You gotta take the extra step to get into it.
Relationships
It's a
are
whole
everything.
world.
I'm here based off of a relationship. You know what I'm saying? Like literally, like physically in the realm, but right here in the Podcraft today because of a relationship that go back to '96.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So that's just how it works. It works like that. So, are you nurturing those relationships positively, or are you nurturing them negatively? Like are you building or are you destroying?
Facts.
Mm-hmm. That's what's up. We got some super chats real quick. We're gonna hit up. Energy X says your gut is your second brain.
You the solar plexus.
That's what's up. Avocados are amazing.
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 And shout out to Ceaseless One for the $2.99. Yeah, man, guacamole is extra for a reason.
I eat them straight up. No extra salt on it, no tomato, no turning it into guac. I bust that thing wide open to eat.
Yeah.
I buy the big ones. It'd be like $3 for one jumbo avocado. Yeah, I need that.
Good for
two of them. They go $6.
Good for the hormones.
I just like them.
You guys know how to make a hormone?
I don't know what that is. I know what hormones are, but I'm saying like.
Look at Andy.
Yeah.
He was cooking it up. Go ahead, cook it up.
You know how to make a hormone? You don't pay her.
He was cooking it up. I knew he was cooking it up. I see it.
That's a dad joke.
I tried to play it off.
How many submissions we got tonight, AD?
We're up to 5 now.
Okay.
I believe it's 5. Yeah, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. Maybe 6. Y'all ready to do this?
Last song promotion segment of 2024.
Yeah.
Give him 10 minutes, AD. Let's do the submission.
Last one of the year.
Last one of the year.
Let's go. It's gonna be cool. You know, we got a Mazer submission in here. We got Jerry Brown. We got Anjovi from British Columbia.
Okay.
And we got a submission from the Netherlands from Mayvision.
Hey.
I'm just verifying some things here. But yeah. So that's going to be cool. So, yeah, the point of that topic was basically that, you know, Priest is putting together this cooking segment on the show. So that should be interesting. I'm going to try to set up an overhead camera, too, so we can get that, you know, cooking show type of perspective. So that'll be fun. But I don't see that happening until February, so we're still going to get set up for that. But yeah.
In the meantime, play more Killah Priest.
That's right. Should we go into this song promotion segment?
Yes, sir.
Let's do it.
Song promotions. You send in your music, we play it live on the show for Killah Priest and the world to hear.
Yeah, Priest watches the playback, so don't think he's not going to hear your submissions. He's going to hear everything. Everything. All right, let's go. We're going to start off with Jerry Brown featuring Hop the Soul Poet and Yana K from Mansfield, Ohio. The song is called Sometimes, beat by Monstrosity on the beats.
There's no colors to describe all the things that are in my mind. Oh,
Sometimes I get it slow, sometimes I get it quick. But once it click, please believe that I got that shit. He said I'm big, wanna know if I send him a pic. Nigga must be Fruity Loops, either that or tricks. These niggas so lame, I'm not impressed. I'm at my best, big finesse, ghost a nigga for less. Stressed another bitch out with your feminine energy. Soft nigga, more pussy than I would ever be. Brains, beauty, and business, I call it a trilogy. It's a thrill to me, they at me every month. It's a build. I'm curving on you like the letter C. If you ain't real to me, became a better me. What you see is light and spirituality. Protected by the most high, I won't lie. I'm a soul having a human experience, I won't die. I ain't never fit in with you bum bitches, I won't try. And I was sleeping, but I still saw it with my woke eye. Sometimes.
There's a feeling. There's no colors to describe all the things that are in my mind. Oh, sometimes there's a feeling. There's no colors to describe all the things that are in my mind. Oh, sometimes.
All right, that's what's up. Yo, nice to hear some real music. That was great. I love it. Good response from the chat room too. We got some fires in the chat. What y'all think of that? Sometime.
I liked it. It even pissed me off a little bit. Like when she started getting on the dude too much, I said, "Damn, man, it's feminine." If I feel something, she did that. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
I was like, I'm not gonna like that song. I said, I said, she going in. You know, that's art right there.
Yeah. True that.
Mansfield, Ohio, in the house. So that's like
Yep.
that time warp with Killah Army. You could still hear that Killah Army presence, but then it was like it was soulful, it was sultry, and then it was like you get smacked in your face with it because the beat sound jazzy, it sound elegant, it looked like it, and then they do like this almost Harlem Nights type of cinematic feel with the visual.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, all right, it's revenge. You see what I'm saying? We was talking about it earlier, a woman's scoring type situation. You see what I'm saying? So it's like, all right, you thought you could play this game, so now, you know, that same game you was playing, like you got played. So yeah, it was it was interesting all the way around, from the concept to the lyrics to the production, and it was all, you know, put together very well. So
yeah.
Shout out to those folks from Mansfield, Ohio.
Nikki Chriswell says, I loved it. Fella B says, absolutely beautiful. Unsubscribe.
Fella B said he fell in love over there.
Yeah, I saw that. That's nice.
They just came out with a new album, and it's 1000% Jersey. If you're not a Jersey person, you're not really gonna get all of the Jersey nuances. Every bit of that album is Jersey. He even got a song called Jersey on there. He got all of the Jersey MCs on there. So it was a reunion right there, family affair.
Well, we got another submission by the same artist. Artist name is Jerry Brown from Mansfield, Ohio, and the song is called Bad Guy.
Number one. Monstrosity. Number one. We gotta go ball.
Hit a glass break, people were staring like it's a mandate. Studying mistakes that a man makes, direction a plan takes. You hoping you arrive and you land straight, learning how to hide all the emotions you can't fake. But what is that? Telling a story or just another rap? You want the whole package of everything that'll come with that. Thought it was a bottle a day. Them liquor runs was leaving me sick and dumb until it throttled away. And then reality strikes like it's a gallery, right? Maybe 20 years ago I wish I had that advice. It's like a reckoning, something I felt with a few seconds in. Either I could keep all the doors locked or let it in. Maybe the space that my head was in just gave me a second wind. Piece of the past drama was blended in. The echo when night falls could maybe ignite y'all and give you everything that you write for. My pristine voice led me to Fork Roads with a mean choice. Same time, it's like I heard a guitar. They always said they liked the words, but could I further these bars? With the same flash of light that could turn into stars. What is you trapped in? Nothing but logic holding my back in. Illusions mean nothing to a nigga that's tapped in. I left them Catholics with a backspin. End of the day, all that matters what you mentally wrapped in. The bad guy they call me, should I fall on my knees? Cause I say fuck the system, it was all a disease. This the dumb shit that y'all would appease. If we all could agree on the fantasy that all of it be. The bad guy they call me, should I fall on my knees? Cause I say fuck the system, it was all a disease. This is dumb shit that y'all would appease. If we all could agree on the fantasy that all of it be.
was cool. What y'all think of that? Chill vibe.
Yeah, I love that beat too.
So Jesus ran back to the phone like, I need to be on the remix.
Yeah.
Send me that. Send me that, cuz. Hey, cuz, I got something for that, cuz. Send me that, cuz. Let me get on that, cuz.
In my mind.
He ran right back to the phone. He's like, hold up.
No. Nah. I like what they did with it though. Nah. I was feeling that. It reminded me kind of like a Knife Wonder loop.
That was cool. Jerry Brown.
I appreciated them organ keys in there. It made it a little extra spooky, and I love the delay in between where it's just the beat where the hook would be. It just had you in suspense. Like, all right, are we getting another verse? And then he come in with the verse off the rip. Like, it's I look at like a little pageantry, like a little essence of things right there. So it's like, all right, keep you in suspense, keep you waiting, and then with that eerie piano key in there, just a hint. Like it ain't over the top where it's all piano, but it's in there with the like an interlude. You see what I'm saying? So it's like, all right. So somebody wrote that they said they could see it in a movie. I definitely could see it like in a movie, TV show type situation. You know, that art now becomes so transformative. So your ability to be able to put it in a series or get some placement with it somewhere in somebody's whip, somebody about to go do a mission, or in the deeper hip hop essence, it took me back to Exhibit Paparazzi.
Yeah.
So that illusion, this illusion of occlusion, like this simulation that you're going for, I think was pretty evident in the rhymes with the rhyme scheme in the lyrics too. So all of the spooky, like DMX, my friends call me Damien type of situation. You see what I'm saying? So it's like, all right, yeah, he's talking about the industry. He's talking about a deal that he made. Now he's talking about, oh, you thought it was going to be this, but you find out that it's this. So all of these, you know, the things that folks are after. So shout out to Jerry Brown. Like two different dichotomies showing range from one submission to the next.
Yeah. And Raw High said it sounded like some old Wu Syndicate.
Yeah.
See, there it go right there. It sound like some Wu Syndicate. And shout out to Maya Lansky and Joe Mafia and Napoleon.
Yeah, people are asking about the credits that was done by Monstrosity on the beats. And Jerry Brown from Mansfield, Ohio.
Salute to Mansfield.
Yeah, that was cool.
Killah Army Town out there. Yeah, between there and West Virginia, that's Killah Army's legacy right there.
All right, next up we've got an artist named Anjovi from Widset, British Columbia. The song is called Hunched Gods, beat by G minor.
As we get our just dessert. Yeah. Hunched gods. Yeah, in this melting pot full of melting punch, clocks ones on top, speaking sweet while your gums rot. They get a slap on the wrist, they pat in your head, patronizing slop that they sell in your lunchbox. Supply running out, run your mouth, run amok, contribute your grain of salt to a lumped clots, to a pond's box. We look to our hunch gods, wasteland slum dogs, pushing the line, slums rock. Just seeing schemes of how these pyramids get. Food supply bugging, all I hear is crickets. All your laments, just tears in the desert. Exodus was seas bled, too congested to clear the exit. Rewriting commandments on tablets of plastic till we all sink under these sand steps. Remaining scavengers to bash over heads with trivial facts and shit over what actually mattered. Riding on a pale horse with a ghastly name. It feels good to be out that acid rain. Overhead the crashing planes and trashing flames. Ain't no matter with no matter in brain, black and white. No gray in the cranium, can't place the traces between races of apes and men. Can't see no sun to pay for our sins. Smog over these skyscrapers are grim, and the bullshit rise like the sea level. Just shovel it till you're disheveled. This voice of God looking more and more like devil's breath. The more you know, before you know you can peddle it. Saying our prayers, well nothing is done. Moral bankruptcy, they fucking the young. Eating the young, fucking the young. Eating the young, fucking the young. Eating fuck till we're done. The best kept secret remains as death gets cheaper. Get our dicks in, the shit gets deeper. When your kids and your seeds rot, never mind you're fixing your Jesus.
When the topic gets topic, then I'm right into your pocket. When the topic gets topicless, then I'm right into your apocalypse.
Very good track. Hunched Gods, beat by G minor, and the artist is Anjovi. That was cool. I was feeling that too. I like the piano. I like the vintage Randy Rhoads piano.
And that's
That was
Canada,
cool.
right?
That is, yeah, BC, British Columbia. Whitset. Nice. I like it.
Yeah. Very woo-ish vibe. I was feeling it as well. You did your thing. I was feeling that. You feel what I'm saying? I like the way the beat was like real, almost like an alternative type sound.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was really the sentiments right there. It was captivating. You know, it took you to a place from production to execution of lyrics. So that's what it sounds like up in BC right there. You see what I'm saying? Upstate, upstate. So yeah, out there in Whitsack. So it's nice to hear that vintage sound is still being produced. So I come from a boom bap era, but the thing that preceded the boom bap was something that translated later on in the early 2000s, like neo soul, like the end of 99, 2000. So the soulfulness that were in the instrumentation that preceded the hardcore boom bap was that soulful sort of sound. So to still hear soulful sort of sound, if we look at from 94 to 2024, that's a 30-year time span, right? So to see that it survived the shift and is still being sought after from a sound perspective, concept perspective, and then that delivery and flow still has its uniqueness. I think it's pretty epic.
What's cold is, if I'm not mistaken, one of the pioneers of neo soul, Angie Stone, wasn't she in like a hip hop group?
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah. Direct connection for sure.
100%.
Of that pre-hardcore boom bap, jazzy hip hop.
Mm-hmm.
Tribe and them had a monopoly on sound for a minute. So that's the kind of sound that was there. Like if you look at like a De La Soul, or you look at, Tribe, or you look at like Diggable Planet. So, any of those groups that are in that, span of time, even though boom bap kind of came and drowned out a lot of everything else, that vintage sound was still there. So you hear the jazz influence, you hear the blues influence, you hear all of those influences, and then you hear making sound out of no sound, and then the influence of whatever the total scheme of music was to going on. Because that's what hip hop is. That's the greatest alchemical blend. So
All right, let's go. Next up, we've got an artist named Mayvision. And let's see, the song, they're from Tilburg, the Netherlands. And the song is called Zone.
We here, all collected, all connected, gathered once again. We all on our unique, alone journeys, but once we come together, it's harmony, always. Yeah. Tap into the zone. Tap into the homegrown. Tap into the agua. Tap into the Tap into the zone. Tap into the homegrown. Tap into the agua. Channeling a master. Tap into the zone. Tap into the homegrown. Tap into the agua. Channeling a master. Tap into the zone. Tap into the zone. Tap into the soul. Tap into the Tap into the time frame. Elevate the mind game. Energy's widescreen. Synergy is psyche. Literally, I mean, everything is eyeing. No exaggeration. Resurrecting my dream. Integrate the long lost. Gathering the strong armed. Renovate at all cost. Tap into the soul. Integrate the long lost. Gathering the strong armed. Renovate at all cost. Tap into the soul. Tap into the new lane. Running laps, marathon mindset, new game. Tap into a new lane. Running laps, marathon mindset, new game. Tap into the zone. Tap into the homegrown. Tap into the agua. Tap into the Tap into the zone. Tap into the homegrown. Tap into the agua. Channeling a master. Tap into the zone. Tap into the homegrown. Tap into the agua. Tap into the Tap into the zone. Tap into the zone. Tap into the soul. We ain't going home.
Tapping into my zone, tapping into my dome. My spirit is channeling flows, homegrown. This is all that I know, this is all that I do. Using my Mambe Ambile, part of my spiritual practice. From my Colombian ancestors, they're giving me all the answers. Their wisdom goes so endless, we mother nature protectors. Haluna say, let's pave the way. Haluna say, hey, let's pave the way. As we plant a seed into the cosmic waters, we nourish it through care, love and attention, so that it may come to fruition into the material realm, so we will manifest.
Tap into the zone. Tap into the homegrown. Tap into the agua. Tap into the Tap into the zone. Tap into the homegrown. Tap into the agua. Channeling a master. Tap into the zone. Tap into the homegrown. Tap into the agua. Tap into the Tap into the zone. Tap into the zone. Tap into the soul. We ain't going home.
Yo, that was classic, man.
Yep.
Like, I forgot I was even listening to the submissions for a second. I was
Yeah.
like, La La Land, like. I thought he was playing in my house. Like, I thought I was playing off of my. I was like, damn, what track is that, bro? I was like, oh shit, it's submissions. I was on the phone and stuff. I was about to call baby girl, like, hey, tap into the zoom. Tap into the zoom. Like, yeah, man. He got any more of them? What's his name again? We need to do. That one.
Sending in the Crip Jesus, ladies and gentlemen. Crip Jesus on the
He'd be
Crip
writing for
mix.
Drake or something like the way that shit was like. It was different.
Yeah, who did that production, AD? Sheesh.
Right, that was Mayvision and Yao, produced by Daishad Morrow. Zone is presented by Connect the Dots Movement, a spiritual hip-hop collective from the Netherlands, sending love.
Tap into the zoom.
That's
It
good.
took us to the heavens and
Real
to the
phone,
ocean. I was like,
your
where's
mic is
Guam
muted.
at?
Say again? What'd you say, CJ? Oh, they in the chat too.
Okay.
Mayvision Music Official says, released a lot of music. Feel free to tap in.
Am I tripping?
Can you hear me, AD?
I can hear you.
Is it me?
CJ, we
Yeah,
can hear you.
Oh, my bad. I got my computer turned down. Hold on.
Hey, tomorrow's the last day of retrograde, so by next week we should have no technical difficulties.
Man, this was dope. This was a shout out to Mayvision Music. Like
Yeah.
this zone was there. I was waiting for DJ Guam to come like float by the screen. You see what I'm saying? Keep loving, keep shining, take them to the ocean. You see what I'm saying? So they took us from the ocean to the cosmos, back to Earth, like all together, like that zone that was in. And then I heard the Colombian Crip Jesus on the second verse. I was like, oh. All right, this is what they got going on over there, because he came in there, he came in hard, like he came in there doing this thing. So it was like it went from, a spoken word sort of space, then it went to the MC space, and then it went over the top with it, like boom, you see what I'm saying? And then it's like all of the melodies kind of meet together. So I heard that Summer Madness, Cool in the Gang, Summertime, Will Smith kind of thing, where that's the backdrop, but then everybody had their own unique delivery in regards to style. You see what I'm saying? So it was style nostalgic, but then it had its own uniqueness at the same time. And that's kind of hard to do, to not fall into what's already been created, because so many great things have been created. The ability for the artist to still find a unique way to tell their story after all of the stories have been told, right? To be able to find a way in a niche of their own distinct delivery, to be able to do it, and English even being their second language too, both of the artists, right? So the sounds that you hear, the sounds of their mother tongue, attempting to convert what's in their heart and their mind to a language that's foreign to them, and make it palatable and make it dope, make it receptive, and pull you into their zone. You know, I want to see the video for that, because I seen the cover art. The cover art was amazing. I seen that part, that
Amazing.
still, right? But then you look at the potentiality of telling that story visually too. So
True.
shout out to pretty dope.
True that.
Is that it? That was it, AD?
For that artist, yes. We got a couple more to go.
All right, see, look, now folks are submitting. That's what I want. Come on, let's
Yeah.
off with the bang now. Bang, bang.
Off the
I shot you down. Bang, bang.
You got him gone. Next up, we've got David J. Blazer with a song called 3 a.m. Ethereal 11.
All praises to hip hop. I remember back in the days we used to write graffiti on the train, stick up kids selling crack rocks on the rocks. A young apostle hold his rifle. In these last days we live trifle. Niggas is spiteful. It's delightful when I speak at a rap recital. Critical raps makes rappers' lungs collapse. The pastor has a heart attack, verbal attack perhaps. I shall show you the facts. Niggas is trapped in a suicidal spiteful. Delightful poetry displays imagery of ghetto prophecies that was foreseen in my dreams. Life is like sleep paralysis, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you mean. I know what you mean. Getting spots on the wall with the aerosol. Y'all never saw my style of writing unless you survived the strike from the lightning. You've been enlightened. How you liking the low-hanging fruit finally ripening? Despite man, you was hating, prideful, selfish, never ever insightful. Then you go psycho when people don't like you and wanna fight you. No telling what they might do. People hateful and prideful, but whether or not I like you, never hate you. But oh Lord, I go overboard when I stimulate you with the face full of the dopeness that actually make you have a massive heart attack. The impact of which you get from taking the hit, already feeling the whiplash. But when your head snap back, you're having a seizure. Max capacity, fast actually formed into plaque to capillaries in your lungs, and it's scary. Then in your pulmonary artery, embolisms for the isms. It's not what it isn't. When the lava stops, that's when I fail. It was the blood clot impact from within the whiplash from when your head snap back and you're having a seizure. My backpack full of flat black with the fat caps at the briefcase lays with the fast stack. Oh, as they say, back in of the racks, back in of the racks.
All right. Lots of improvement in there. Rasul came in, did his thing. Sounds good. David Blazer sounding a little bit better. Your ad-libs are a little out of phase, but that could be fixed in post. You know what I'm saying? Got to mix and master the whole track a little bit. I think that'll help a lot. But your delivery's better. You sound more confident, and there's more rhymes. I like that there's more rhymes. I just hear improvement all the way through. So shout out to you. Sounds dope to me. What y'all think? like the beat too. I wanna know.
Yeah. I was feeling it.
Yep.
It was like a bridge to me. It was like the old school flavor, but like a whole new school type of. Like it wasn't like just just boom bap or this that. Like you know what I mean? It had its own twist on it.
Mm-hmm. That's what's up.
Almost ran off the camera, man. Rasul on the set off. Damn, Rasul. Okay, like damn. Okay, like Rasul, yo, damn. Like damn. Like I had a hip hop moment. You know when you hear somebody go off, you're like, man, yeah, yes.
You always go
that
off.
was one of those joints right there. So Rasul on the set off, and then David J with the cipher rhyme scheme. Okay, if you go on freestyle, that's it. David J, like if you go on freestyle, that's it right there. Like you there, like you got conceptually the format that you want to deliver in, and you stick to that. And then you get out of there. You don't stay. You don't be like, oh, I just want to say something else random off the cup. No, you do it and you retreat. You let everybody else make what they need to make with that. You like, that was tactical right there. That was that's how you leave out. You don't stay around so long. You're like, yeah, and then I hit her with a brick. Like, man, come on. Come on. Like that. You get up out of there. You see what I'm saying? You get up out of there. And that was it. So I think that was a perfect polarity. And my ear, if I'm wrong, okay, but I don't think I'm wrong. I think that y'all was in the studio at the same time, and you looked at Rasul being receptive to how you was delivering, and you got in the zone with it. You know what I'm saying? So either he gave you some feedback, or y'all was at the studio at the same time recording this joint, and it went from something that y'all was recording to something that we want to hear. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I'm envisioning in my mind. If I got it twisted wrong, whatever, but that's what I see because that's what I hear. You can tell when artists aren't in the studio together at the same time if you have an ear. But if you don't, there's something that comes from artists being in the studio together. Triumph wasn't something somebody sent somewhere. Everybody was in the studio. You know what I'm saying? So when Ghostface said, yo, fuck that, like, you don't know where his placement was. He might have been right after Inspector Deck, but the placement turned the arrangement into the song. Everybody just putting their vocals in. You see what I'm saying? But everybody who heard Inspector Deck's verse and was like, nah, son, you're not about to do me like that. So that's a game changer. So the way Rasul went on there, he came in there on some Inspector Deck Bomb Atomically. I'm like, oh, all right, okay, so yeah. So now I can't be the one that's like, yeah, Peter Piper picked a Piper, Peter Peppers. No, I can't be that dude. Get this dude out of here. You understand what I'm saying? So when those mighty wings of the Falcon come, you gotta move with it like that. So I appreciate him being able to step up in that moment and do what he had to do. So salute to David J. Blazer and Rasul for another epic collaboration.
Yeah. That's dope. We got another submission from David J. Blazer. The song is called Psychological. Hold on. Clicking the button. Uh-oh. Let's try one more again. It doesn't look like it's downloaded. I'm on WhatsApp. Here we go. Hold on. 1 second, y'all. Okay, I gotta save it. Here we go. Enter the downloads. One second,
I
y'all.
wouldn't be surprised if they had like a little EP or something drop next year. Sue said he down to collaborate. Y'all better get Sue while he pimping his pen right now.
Yeah, Sue's on a roll.
Shit.
Okay, here we go.
Flowing to that beat obnoxious. Flowing to that beat obnoxious. That beat obnoxious. Flowing to that beat obnoxious. That beat obnoxious.
Hey yo, I fasted 40 days and 40 nights. I met Christ in Crown Heights before we committed the spiritual heights. The Knights of Templar, check my memoirs, revolutionary like Asada Shakur, Rasulullah like the second coming of the Moor. I spit metaphors galore like Tupac Shakur. Razor sharp vocal cords vibrate across the soundboard. My tongue It's like a double-bladed sword. Now come explore this dilapidated nation. Mass inflation, starvation, psychological displacement. That's what we're facing. King Blazer, that's what we're facing.
You're facing a fucked up situation, and that's cutthroat. Decapitation is far from partial, the rug so. You smell the scent from the blunt smoke. But who locked the front door? And nothing at the spot got jacked or effed up, so you can't trust anyone. Greed, pride, and wrath, known as the shifty ones. 24 men and 50 guns, all inside your head, all inside of your head. And 16 tons is what they said when they gathered the lead. Still missing millions. Bad karma from chasing the dollar with a smile while neglecting your children. Money is nothing, so you left them nothing. And so it was said once he was in the grave, Uncle Blaze gave him a little something. No need to recruit. I filled the attic with gats to the roof, and inside the closet, shoe racks stacked with the boots. I'm forming an army. I don't even need to shoot. I'm putting it on like Putin. Soviet Union, and then the friends with the yen. They aborted the Zen. Also have a nuke and be like, Rook, do we have a problem? Do we have a problem? Yeah. Psychological. You're facing a fucked up situation. It's quite probable I might come through and drop a bomb or two. What you gonna do? Huh? What you gonna do? Psychological thought process is what I deliver. What we deliver. I'm the mailman. Y'all scratching with my nails in your skin. I come through like a creeper. Motherfucker faded off the reefer. I just come off the top of the mine. I'm just minding my own business where I start dishing biscuits. Bucka. Chicken McNuggets. Hit 'em with the sauces. Flowing to the beat of noxious. Flowing to the beat of noxious. The beat of noxious. Flowing to the beat of noxious. Flowing to the beat of noxious. Noxious. Flowing to the beat of noxious. The beat of noxious. The beat of noxious.
All right. Yo, once you get that mixed and mastered, it'll sound good. Those vocal volumes are kind of all over the place. And again, with the ad-lib off phasing and everything, some technicals going on. You can fix that in post. But submit that to Studio AD. That's right. Studio AD. $100 a song. First song is free. Best and cheapest way you're going to get some good mixing and mastering for your songs.
Yo, Rasul came through and Jedi mind tricked that verse, man. He going crazy, man. Every time they put him first, he never fails to burn another hole in the speaker.
Where my belt at? David J. I'm about to whip your ass. Where's
Oh
my
damn.
belt? David J. You submitted that before without your verse on there. And I told you, listen to Rasul's verse. I even gave the analogy of Eminem and Jay-Z with Renegade.
Ooh.
You did not want to be the guy on the song with Jay after this time, and you're in the proving ground, and you get selected to be on there, and you coming with the verse where it's like, So everything great you did on the first submission was everything you wasn't supposed to do on this second one right here. I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it. The progress that you have progressed all this way to do this on such an ill verse from Rasul. You had an ill verse from Rasul. The verse that you had could have fit anywhere other than this song. The beat was too crazy. The assist was too crazy for you to do this right commercial joint. Like, no, David, that wasn't it. That wasn't it. The verse could fit someplace, but I guarantee you, if you go back and listen to Rasul's verse, there's something else you wanted to say. So I'm gonna give you like some amnesty time right here and be like, write something that flows with that song. That song is too dope, production's too dope, and it's too valuable for that. That one right there, that was like a F around verse. Like you was like, You started doing what you was first doing on the joint. And that's okay, minus Rasul's verse. If it wasn't Rasul's verse, I wouldn't say nothing. But Rasul's verse was too epic for you to be like playing around at the end with the joint.
Mm-hmm.
No, sir.
That's good critical feedback.
That's in love too. That's not in disrespect. That's
No,
in
yeah.
love.
No, everyone appreciates that. I notice every time someone gives critical feedback, we always get a thank you. Do you know what I mean? Because they don't want just everyone to be like, oh, that was cool, okay. You know what I mean? Like, they want to really hear some critical feedback, especially David Blazer, because he takes it, he takes the advice.
I'm hearing the get down. Like, I'm hearing the get down. I'm hearing the hunger. I'm hearing all of that. But that right there, like, you get a classic vintage verse from Sue like that, and then you like, nah. Because I heard better. If I didn't hear better, like, you messed it up yourself because you had set the bar for yourself higher. You see what I'm saying? So now y'all got this collaboration situation going on. Y'all look like y'all could work together and put out a project together that's, that gels well. Y'all got organic chemistry, all of the things that you want with an artist that you're working with, and y'all putting something together. Y'all can put out something that's extra dope where y'all can feed off each other and bring the best out of each other. So this ain't the time. This ain't the time. This is some real coach shit. Like, don't do that. Don't do that shit.
David says, thank you, Knowledge Born. I'm with you. 100. Benjamin says, let him cook. All right. Great submissions. We are moving on to the feature presentation for today. Today's feature presentation is by the one and only Mighty Hebrew. Song is called we
got a yard finale?
Yeah, that's right. I forgot you called it that.
We got a yard finale. Let's go.
This song is called It's a Mad, Mad World from the album War Cloud.
Break his teeth. I and I see the beast coming forth the north, sparking in the dark. Join the arc, sending the arch with degrees from the east. Tanzania be fuck Illuminati, like Malcolm hold the shoddy. Enemy spotting the drop I got you. Turn the city Gotham, music gothic. I was straight like the shaka. Uptown spit fire vodka on 9-5 rock bronze, and that's with a war calm. Muslims call the Adon thing Shema. Oh Israel, we raise out of hell. Break gates, those enslaved, animated cape. Two-faced Jake Snake reside in the brain, stimulate and lower hate. The collie you get age with blood stains and pose vamp. The lost amp ramming schizophrenics. Damn it, I see the puppet master disaster. Can't stop, muscle rock, I'm the master. Leeway got the globe, I'm the last dragon. Always be first. You drop a verse, I impose a yard curse. Burst for truth, obey my thirst. Talk, get your jaw broke. Herb ass nigga, we made your whole all figures. Fuck Tommy Hill, no more slaves in the field. We ram any squad, keep it real. Never fake a dollar bill. Come close, get popped like pain pills. I see the blue still running me down in the wilderness in the end. We fulfill the will. We fulfill the will. With real skill. It's a mad, mad world. Check it 1, 2, 3. Let these niggas know I'm just a fly MC. It's a mad, mad world. Check it 1, 2, 3. Let these niggas know I'm just a fly MC. It's a mad, mad world. Check it 1, 2, 3. Let these niggas know I'm just a fly MC. It's a mad, mad world. Check it 1, 2, 3. Let these niggas know I'm just a fly MC. I destroy MCs. The science of my mind reigns supreme on this rap theme shit. I take it to an extreme like a black Lotus Priest in a cipher. I eat you up like pieces of Reese's. Cause the anthropology of my word currency. You fucking with me. You need an emergency surgery on the parts of your body from my acid main. Chemistry attacking the carbon of your bone anatomy. I put 99 pressure points in your body like cavities. Leave you there for a tragedy. On the ground, face down, you're leaking. Your soul's running out like batteries. Fucking with the Apache. With the Minecraft, just your Kazuki. You better pistol whip from the butt of the battle gun. Like females getting fucked up and pointing movies and flicks behind my back. Suckers talk shit and my face on my dick. As well as your sister roulette. Play Russian if you want, watch you get sickle. Baby moms always wanna give me pussy tissue. Come close to you thoughts that drop you, then stomp you and swamp your crew until I see your brains wasted on the ground like noodles. Stalk your family like Cujo. I'll blow up like atoms from the shooting up top booms and put fools in earth tombs like raccoons. You switch styles from straight to Sassoon. On the mic you be babbling like baboons. Bust you like a balloon and assassinate your whole platoon. Like I was a con, you the enemy American in Vietnam. Black cop bootlickers wanna be Nazis. Minds building on inferiority. Land deep in me has a high superiority. I'm Elohim and with a powerful killer army. You can't harm me. Back the fuck up me before you thoughts leave your brain soggy and your body holy with no matrimony, no ceremonies. What nigga? It's a mad, mad world. Check it 1, 2, 3. Let these niggas know I'm just a fly MC. It's a mad, mad world. Check it 1, 2, 3. Let these niggas know I'm just a fly MC. It's a mad, mad world. Check it 1, 2, 3.
Yeah. I like it. That's in the whip for me. I think that's dope. I'm feeling it. I like the rugged sound. What y'all think? It's a mad, mad world.
1, 2, 3.
Mm-hmm.
He said the artifacts of my word currency.
Mm.
The artifacts of my word. Come, Mighty Hebrew, man. Stop playing, man. The amount of hunger, the amount of passion, all of the things you want to hear as a connoisseur of art and rhyme form. So you want to hear that. You hear Killer Army, you hear Sons of Man, you hear Grave Diggers, you hear Cannabis, you hear all of those ones who had you put your ear closer to the speaker in, this form that's unapologetically him. Like this is him, his rhyme scheme, his delivery. Like it's true to the album moniker War Cloud. You see what I'm saying? So he came down with a sword unsheathed to do battle. You see what I'm saying? So to do battle, what it meant to stand on your square, to stand on what you believe in, to stand on who you believe in, and to stand as who you are. You see what I'm saying? In the face of adversity, in the face of all of the things. So hearing Mighty Hebrew, in this fashion is a different space than, some of these other spaces, but they're all the same space. Like he's gonna do battle, he's gonna do what he do in that way. You see what I'm saying? But he also gonna teach you, he's gonna uplift you, he's gonna school you, he's gonna give you all of that. You see what I'm saying? So if you all listen to Austin Lajit, you hear that reference. You know what I'm saying? So that's a reference. That's a high honor to get paid by somebody that you respect to turn around and give you a salute in that manner. So like that's the dualism of the spiritual meets the material and spare no expense on either way. So that mad world gave me that cold world / living in the world today from Jizzo. My preliminary attack, he cemetery's packed. You know what I'm saying? So it's like in that same vein of a lot, just in that modality from the sonic space to the lyric delivery. Salute Mighty Hebrew for that yard finale up in there.
Yeah. Great submissions by everybody. We're going to have the credits in the description later on after the show. That's what's up. If you want to submit your tracks for the beginning of next year for Sunday and Monday's show, we didn't have a show yesterday, but for Sunday and Monday's show, you can submit now. You have all week to submit, and that'll be the first song promotions of the year, starting off 2025 right. Those were great tracks. Okay, so that that's right. This concludes the song promotion segment. Any last words?
Salute to UAD.
Thank you.
They in the entrepreneurial world and in the spiritual world, they say write the vision and make it plain. So use this time and these next last 2 days on the calendar before the calendar year shifts to write the vision and make the plain. Take advantage of this dark moon, new moon, release what no longer serves you, and embrace those things that you are looking to be of service of and be of service to you. So write the vision, make it plain, and prepare to enter into the first quarter 2025 with the momentum of all of the lessons and the blessings that you learned over this previous year, and be a blessing to someone and something in 2025.
Good advice. CJ, any last words? Is he there?
Straight like that.
There you go.
Like that.
Yep.
Straight like that. You feel me?
Mm-hmm.
I'm really feeling it tonight, man. They coming back to back to back.
Yeah.
It's like the Lakers 04.
Mm-hmm.
Until they met the Pistons, fortunately.
Oh, damn.
Until they met the Pistons.
Yeah, Priest should be back by next week, too, so that'll be cool. So that's what's up. All right, Happy New Year, everybody. And don't drink and drive. Y'all be safe out there. And we'll see y'all next year.
On the Rhyme Down, a.k.a. the Wind Down.
Oh, that's right. That's on Wednesday. So you guys are starting off on January 1st.
Hey, man.
Wow, that's perfect. All right, so y'all tune in on January 1st this Wednesday for the Wind Down featuring Knowledge Born Allah.
Encrypt Jesus.
Encrypt Jesus.
Amen.
That's what's up. Y'all be safe.